Hey friends, before we get started, whether you're new here or you're a regular, make sure you hit that subscribe button and tap the bell so you never miss a thing. We're on our journey to 25,000, and with your help, we'll get there in no time. Thanks for all that you do. Now, on with the show. This happened about 5 years ago, and to this day, I still can't look at deep water the same. I was kayaking solo on a glacial-fed river in Montana. Stupid in hindsight, but the current was moving faster than I expected. I'd done the stretch before. I figured I could handle it. Somewhere around the third bend, I hit a submerged log. It's one that was sitting just beneath the surface. No warning, no splash, just boom. The kayak instantly flipped. I remember the freezing shock of the water. It hit me first, like knives in my lungs. And then the world went dark. I was trapped, upside down. I was pinned under the damn thing. My paddle was gone, one arm stuck between the cockpit rim and my body, the other flailing. I had maybe 5 inches of air trapped inside with me, just enough to panic in. I was thrashing harder than I ever have, but the current was pressing the boat down. I wasn't just flipped. It was wedged against the log underwater, and I was still in it. I don't know how long I was under, maybe 30, 90 seconds, long enough for my brain to scream every terrible thing it could come up with. That I was going to drown, that no one would find me until I floated downstream, that my parents would never know what happened. The cold started making its way in, and I could feel my fingers going numb. That scared me more than anything, because when your hands stop working, you just stop fighting. And then, a miracle. The current shifted just slightly, a tug, like someone pulling my foot. Literally, someone was pulling me out of the kayak. I felt myself reach fresh air and took a breath. I flipped the kayak back over, held on for dear life, and looked to thank my savior. No one was there. I don't know how. I replayed it 1,000 times. I still don't understand how I got out. I surfaced maybe 20 feet downstream. I was coughing up water, shaking. I couldn't really swim anymore. I just sort of floated there, just holding on until I could drag myself out. I got lucky, really lucky. Mild hypothermia, a bruised rib, lost a lot of my gear, but I lived. Now I don't ever go out alone. I use a dry suit in cold water. I strap a knife to my chest. I respect the hell out of rivers because they can silence you. Many years ago, I lived in an old house. We had many spooky encounters there, but this is the brief story of one such encounter. One night I awoke sometime in the wee hours in a dark bedroom. I saw movement to my right and turned my head. I saw a dark silhouette of an arm sticking straight up from the bed. The hand was bent at the wrist, dangling, with fingers fanned out and limp. The arm and hand was slowly waving back and forth. I assumed it was my wife, perhaps dreaming. I watched, somewhat disturbed at the strange behavior and motion. I reached my hand out to gently grab her arm, to wake her up. To my surprise, there was only air. The silhouette faded away. Startled and frightened, I called out her name. She sleepily answered me. I felt the covers and both of her arms were completely underneath. It took me quite a while to go back to sleep. Another time, My wife woke up and looked over to see the silhouette of me sitting up in the bed next to her. She asked what I was doing, waking me up to groggily respond to her. When she heard my voice come from the other side of the bed and not from the figure, she was similarly startled. Few too many strange things happened in that house. I've been hunting since I was 9. Grew up out in Boone County, Arkansas. My dad taught me how to shoot, how to track, how to gut and clean anything that walks. I've spent more time in the woods than I have in a damn bed, I'm sure. And I don't rattle over every twig snap or shadow. So when I say something wasn't right that morning, I mean it. It was the second week of November, perfect rut timing. I was set up in a tree stand before sunrise, 12-foot ladder blind that I've used for years. Nobody else around, and this is my uncle's land. I know it like the back of my hand. Right before dawn, I started hearing something downwind, not walking, pacing, heavy, and it kept circling. I figured it was a big buck, sent checking the tree line, and then it stopped. I heard this clicking sound, not like antlers, not like a branch, like bone tapping together. That's the closest thing I can describe it to. I raised my rifle and waited. Nothing. Sun finally came up, and that's when I saw it. Across the gully, maybe 30 yards off, a figure. This wasn't an animal. They were standing, not hunched or crouched, standing. But they were 8 feet tall, maybe 9. Long arms, long legs, skin like wet tree bark. It didn't move. It just stared. Even through the scope, I couldn't make out a face. Just these slits where eyes should be, and they glinted, dull like river stones. I should have taken the shot. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe it was instinct. Maybe something deeper. Something in my gut said, don't even move or breathe. And then it tilted its head sideways, like a dog trying to hear better. I swear it grinned. And I noticed something else. Everything was real quiet. Like everything had sensed this thing. Even the birds were gone. I didn't climb down. I jumped. I left my rifle in the stand, and I ran straight for the truck. When I came back the next day, broad daylight, I took a couple buddies with me. Everything was normal. My rifle was still there. No tracks, no smell, no sign. But my stand, every rung on the ladder had been twisted, like someone had grabbed it and wrung it like a towel. I don't really hunt alone often anymore. Not out there. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't scared of me. And I've learned, when something in the woods doesn't run from a man with a gun, you run from it. I was 17 the first time I went to Warden State Forest alone. It's in South Jersey, mostly pine, swamp, and sand trails that all look the same once you're a mile in. Locals joke that the woods are older than God out there, and they're not wrong. There's something wrong about the air, though, like it holds things longer than it should. Anyway, I went out there to clear my head. That's what I told people. Truth was, I was running from something. Not a person, just everything. I'd lost someone a few weeks before. Sudden death, wrong place, wrong time. I won't get into it here, just I wasn't sleeping. And the forest seemed like the only place that didn't remind me of her. It was late afternoon when I got there, middle of fall. It was sort of a gray light that made everything feel underwater. I walked for a couple of hours, didn't speak, didn't even really think. Just let the rhythm of my boots take the trail and pull me along. Eventually, I left the path and started following this little deer trail that cut through a patch of young pines. That's when I heard something breathing. It wasn't me, obviously, but it was steady, rhythmic, almost patterned. I stopped. It didn't. I thought it was maybe wind in the trees at first, hopefully. But there wasn't any wind. And the sound, it was wet. Like something was breathing through a wet mouth. Struggling a little with each inhale, I turned in place slowly, trying not to make a sound. About 20 yards off, there was a rise in the land, sandy, with a patchy brush. And behind that, just barely visible, something was watching me. I don't know how I saw it. I shouldn't have. It blended in with the trees almost perfectly. The same color, the same shape. But my eyes kept finding it again and again, like my brain didn't want to register it. It was standing, tall, angular, shoulders bent weird, head like a horse skull but stretched thinner, and wings maybe, not open, but tucked alongside its back. It seemed to sort of hug itself, like a bat hanging upside down but right side up. It didn't move, but I could feel its attention. I don't know how long I stood there. Time didn't feel normal. I only remember my fingers going numb and realizing that I'd been holding my breath. Then I blinked, and it was gone. No sound, no motion, just gone. I walked straight out of the forest, and I didn't look back. I drove home, and that was it. The part that bothers me a lot, what stuck with me more than anything, maybe. It was a look in its eyes. For that 1 second that we locked eyes, I felt this weird recognition, like it had seen me before. I only saw it once, but it saw me too, and I just can't get over that. So my son is 8 and has been seeing these energy shadow beings. He called them demons at first because they were ugly, no one looking exactly the same, but they're not harming him, more so helping him. He says they watch him when he sleeps, 2 in the same place every night. He explains them as having a cold rush of air when they pass by him, and when many are around, it makes the room very cold. They'll have constant, vivid dreams where they communicate with him, not with words. They make a noise, he said, that sounds like when you spin a stick fast in the air. Sometimes they whisper. His dreams often have pyramids, the moon, and the all-seeing eye in them. These experiences of his seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Sometimes they lead him places particularly dark or shady, as they don't like bright lights, most of them, he says, and they're very active at night. The thing is, he's blind, and when he feels their energy, he can focus and tell what they look like in his head. These beings don't like bad energy. They hate his brother, apparently, who yells and is aggressive. Not fond of his father either. Most of them leave if you yell or are mean. He started to place crystals around the house, and they're attracted to them. He says it keeps them from following him, which he doesn't like sometimes, especially when this one in particular stares at him at night. A few years ago, he was in a freak shooting, and he actually got shot through the head. I think these things protected him through this situation, as he should have died, but was just blinded, which is probably why His third eye is so strong. He's a very special kid, and he won't talk to anyone about these experiences because he knows that people will think he's crazy, even though he's felt them his whole life. I have many videos of him speaking in great detail about them. Has anyone had similar experiences happen to them? Or do you have any info on this type of thing? What to do with it, if anything? Thanks.
A few weeks ago, my boss, Patty, shared a few of her paranormal experiences while we closed down the restaurant. She's in her 70s, and her family owned and operated an actual haunted hotel when she was growing up. It was built in 1927, and it's still one of the nicest hotels in town. I've never stayed there personally, but I thought it would be fun to share Patty's stories. I didn't know what party lines were, not until Patty explained how she had to share a landline with other people. Multiple families would share a single phone line back in the day. It was wild. Their hotel didn't have physical phones in each room, but they had one in their residence, and it was the same line as the phone at the front desk. Sometimes, guests would complain of a young girl speaking into the phone, and it was assumed to be Patty or her sisters. The hotel already had a reputation for being haunted, so guests assumed it was a gimmick. But Patty and her family heard it sometimes too. How often the girl spoke varied from several days in a row to months of total silence. Most of the time, the girl called out, as if she wasn't sure anyone was there. But no matter what they replied, it was like she couldn't hear them. There was also a handful of times that the girl was crying, and the longer they listened, the louder it got. And Patty still seemed shaken by recalling the young girl's plea for help. She was 10 when she heard it. She'd answered the phone while her mom was cooking. It was only her aunt, but the connection sounded fuzzier than usual, like someone crumpled a candy wrapper in the receiver. Her aunt's voice was barely audible, but then a clear, distinct child said. Before she could reply, the static spiked and the sobbing began. Patty tried to ask what was wrong, and her mother grew concerned by the panic in her voice. Before the phone was taken, she heard the crying child's desperate pleas for help. She dropped the phone and tried to run away, but her mother caught her by the arm, telling her to wait a second as she put the receiver to her own ear. No one was there. The aunt arrived in a panic 10 minutes later, having assumed Patty screamed for help. When she tried to call back, she couldn't get through, yet other calls had come in just fine. They never learned the poor girl's name, but they believed she was the child of a construction worker. When the hotel was built, they didn't have safety codes or workers' union. Immigrants were cheap, easy labor, and often taken advantage of. One of the builders was a widower with a young girl, maybe 4 or 5. But they were homeless. He set up camp near the river, but the child was too young to be left alone. A foreman took pity on the man and allowed the girl to stay in one of the completed rooms during the man's shifts. For weeks, the man fed his daughter, left her in the room with a sack lunch, and worked until dusk. For weeks, he retrieved her sleeping form and carried her to the camp they called home. Until one night, she wasn't there. At first, he thought she'd wandered out, maybe searching for an outhouse. The foreman collected men for a search party, but no one could find her. They searched through the night, and the next day, she was so young, she couldn't have wandered too far, not alone. They concluded she must have been kidnapped and expanded the search radius, but she was never seen again. A few years later, the foreman was arrested for kidnapping an employee's daughter. He never confessed to taking the first, but people believed he did. Some people have wondered if her body is buried beneath the hotel's concrete foundation. Her father never left town. He couldn't give up the last hope of finding his daughter. But when he learned of the foreman, he walked into the jailhouse with a shotgun. They say that no one tried to stop him, not until he turned the gun on himself, but they couldn't get to him in time. Both he and the foreman died that night. Sometimes, when the ghost was particularly active, the customers would tell their friends, and they would have people walking in off the street just to use their phone. Most believed it was fake, but they still paid for the experience, so Patty's family went along with it. There was only one time they had a genuinely unsettling experience. An older man, probably in his 50s, he came just before 10 p.m., while Patty was watching the front desk. His appearance was almost inhuman. He was bald, incredibly tall, dressed in a black suit, and his ears looked plastic. His nose was pointy, almost like a bird's beak, and his top lip looked like he had corrective surgery. Paired with his small, dark eyes and non-existent chin, he appeared almost alien. Patty was terrified the moment he entered the lobby. She managed to ask if he wanted a room, but she could barely get the words out. That's not what he wanted, anyway. He wanted to use the telephone. His voice, like his face, was void of emotion, almost robotic. After a brief pause, he added, "Please," as if saying it was an annoying requirement. Patty squeaked out a timid, "Yes, sir," but her voice was barely audible as she placed the phone on top of the counter. The moment it was in his sight, she ceased to exist. He bent down, bringing the tip of his pointed nose just above the receiver. She heard him inhale deeply several times, breathing it in as one would their favorite scent. She didn't move or speak. She had a terrible feeling that she shouldn't. He kept pausing to turn his ear to the base, like he was listening for something. After smelling every part of the phone, he removed a handkerchief from his breast pocket, and with great deference, he picked up the receiver to carefully inspect every inch. When satisfied, he placed the receiver on the desk and began dialing a number, still using the handkerchief. She thought that he was choosing numbers at random. He never spoke to the operator, and he dialed enough numbers to call China twice. It shouldn't have worked. But then, he picked up the receiver once more, and holding it a few inches from his ear, he said, "Hello? Yes? No? 38 GP? Yes?" And that was it. Patty heard something on the other end, but it was so distorted, she couldn't tell if it was words or something else. The man in black retrieved a small notepad from his pocket, unclipped the attached pencil, wrote for a moment, and left without a word. When she told her father, he asked staff members if they saw the man, but no one else had, and they never saw him again. They didn't know if he was a ghost too, or just a man with a screw loose on vacation, but Patty had never heard of the men in black until I told her about them. Maybe someone here can tell us if that might be what this is. So about 3 months ago, I was on my way home from my second oldest son's house. It was a late evening, but still daylight. The road I was traveling was a state route, 2-lane. The area, rural, with a combination of cornfields and woods, with quite a few hilly areas. Traffic was fairly light. At one point, I come upon a fire truck blocking the roadway. Road was closed, so I turned around and, being familiar with the area, made my way around the closure and went on. I texted an old colleague from the local sheriff's department and asked what was going on with the closed road. Now, before he answered me back, I had an overwhelming feeling hit me, telling me to just stick around in the area. There's a cemetery close to that area that I go to quite often. I record videos and audio. So that's where I started heading to. I then get the response. It's a fatal crash with a car versus truck. Head on. Female driver deceased. And she's from the area. After I pulled into the cemetery, I got another message. This one had 2 photos attached to it. I opened the attachments, and it was as horrible as I imagined it was. One photo was of her car, totally destroyed. Sheet still covering the driver compartment. Obviously, body's not visible. There were 2 firefighters in the photo. One standing at the driver's door, looking down into the car. Next to him was the medical examiner, I believe, who was also looking down into the driver area. The second firefighter was standing on the passenger side at the door. He too was standing down, looking into the driver area. All 3 had a somber look on their face. The look made you think that they were thinking to themselves, what a shame, what a waste, too young, etc. Now, in the background of this photo was what you'd expect to see. A fire truck, another emergency vehicle, and of course, trees and so on. It's still light out, with clear skies. Now, I've been given the deceased driver's name because due to the career I retired from, I dealt with her on several occasions. And he knew that. He too had to deal with her a couple of times. Now, as I sat there in the cemetery, looking at this photo, I kept getting that overwhelming feeling that I was missing something in the photo. And that inner voice, if you want to call it that, kept telling me to look again, keep looking. So that's exactly what I did. I kept looking at it. Finally, something said, enlarge it. Zoom in on the 2 at the driver's door. It was almost like something was begging me to keep looking, to not stop until I found it. So that's what I did. And then it was like a hammer hit me in the head. Every hair on my body stood up on end. All at once, I gasped for a breath of air. I became physically sick to my stomach. As I'm writing this, I have tears in my eyes. I'm fighting not to cry. As I stated, I knew this female, but it had been a few years since I dealt with her. There was no denying it. In that photograph of the crash scene, just behind the 2 EMS workers standing at the driver's door, was the face of the deceased driver. I couldn't believe what I was looking at. And for me, there's no denying that she was standing behind them, looking down into the driver's compartment. The look on her face was the look of complete and total shock, like she was staring at her own body, crumpled up in the floorboard area, asking herself, why? What have I done? What about my daughter? She leaves a 5-year-old daughter behind. I took a screenshot of the enlarged photo to show the deputy. He's somewhat of a skeptic. The following day, I went to see him. I got the full story of what apparently took place, but I showed him the screenshot. I won't release the information out of respect for the family. They've paid too much already. But the look on her face was explained a bit more when I heard what led to the crash. I told the deputy I wanted him to look at an enlarged version of the photo. When I held it up for him to see, His face instantly, without hesitation, went white. Eyes open wide, jaw dropped. He gasped for air and looked at me, saying, "That's her." There's no way. It's not possible because she's dead when that's taken. Now, I've shown that photo to a limited number of people just out of privacy for her family. But everyone that's seen it all have the same reaction. They see her face instantly without being told what to look for or what they might see. In the photograph, her appearance is what she looked like several years ago. Original hair color and style. In the 23+ years of my job, I've seen a lot of death. I've had people, including children, literally die in my arms, and I've handled a lot of crashes with fatalities, where I took the photos, etc., and I have never had this happen. I had heard of it, but didn't really believe it could happen. Well, I'm no longer skeptical of this type of thing taking place, where death was instant and traumatic. I'm a 26-year-old female who's fascinated by the paranormal, but I didn't always believe in it. I was open to the idea, but didn't put much stock into it. Over the years, that's drastically changed. When my wife and I were newlyweds, we were best friends with another couple. We would travel together, go on double dates. One day, they went out of town, and we agreed to watch their animals. They had a cat, a bearded dragon, a red iguana, and 2 rats. Since I worked near their home, I'd go over in the morning, during my lunch hour, and again in the evening. I was usually alone for the morning and afternoon visits, and my wife would join me for the evening visit. One day during the afternoon visit, I purposely left the lights off because there was enough natural light to see fairly well without them, and I wanted to save a little on their electric bill. I did not touch the lights. After checking on the animals, I returned to work. When my wife and I came back that evening, the outside entryway and hallway lights were both on. I told my wife I was 100% sure I hadn't done it. She thought that someone from their HOA or a relative had stopped by. Or someone had noticed they were out of town and broke in. We each put a car key between our knuckles and entered the house. It was eerily quiet. I couldn't hear any of the animals, and the air felt stale. I could have choked on it. We slowly made our way through the house, looking for any sign of disturbance, and every single light was on. But nothing was out of place. We both relaxed somewhat. I began gaslighting myself into believing that I had somehow turned on all of the lights. Suddenly, a loud thud came from the reptile room, the one that we had just left, and it was so loud that the house shook. We threw open the door, but nothing had moved, not even an inch. The only thing that had changed was the bearded dragon. Its large enclosure was on the floor and had a sliding glass door in front of it. The dragon, who had been peacefully resting just a minute before, was now rhythmically tapping his nose against the glass, over and over again. It was almost robotic. I stared in disbelief. I had never seen an animal behave like that. I walked to the enclosure, gently sliding the glass door open, and the dragon continued to tap on the glass that wasn't there, before its beard suddenly went pitch black. Then it scrambled out of the enclosure and straight for the exit. Luckily, my wife was able to close the door in time, but once he reached it, he started tapping on it in the same pattern that he had been doing on the glass. Suddenly, on the other side of the door, we heard another, even louder thud, followed immediately by the cat screaming. It was horrible, but I didn't have time to react before we heard clanging and clattering in the other enclosures behind us. The iguana was wildly whipping its tail against the sides and hissing. It was terrifying. I quickly returned the dragon to its enclosure, and he immediately resumed tapping. My wife grabbed the doorknob. I'll never forget the fear and disbelief in her voice when she said that it wouldn't open. I rushed over and started yanking as hard as I could, but the knob wouldn't even turn. It wasn't broken. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. I banged on it, screaming as true panic set in. My head was fuzzy, my chest was tight, and I thought I would pass out. Then it suddenly all stopped. The cat fell silent. The iguana stopped whipping. The dragon stopped tapping. And the door opened easily. When we left that room, the rest of the lights were now off. My wife and I bolted outside and remained silent the whole way home. The next day, I'd almost convinced myself that it was a fluke, that the animals had upset each other. When I told my friend about the weird experience, she replied, "Oh, I forgot to mention we've had a lot of activity lately." "What do you mean by activity?" I asked. She then explained that the former owner, an elderly man, had passed away in the home after owning it for 40 years. Ever since they started the renovations, she'd been seeing a male figure in the corners or at the bottom of the stairs. He would rile up the animals and mess with the lights, but he'd never been violent. Only mischievous, as he was upset about the renovations. After that, I reevaluated my outlook on the paranormal, and now I sure as hell believe. My name is Marcy. I'm 21 and I'm home for the summer, but soon I have to go back to college, and that's why I'm here with you. The commute involves a 4-hour ride through the endless sea of cornfields, and it's incredibly boring, especially if you go alone. That's why I wanted to find a few traveling buddies, but in the end, I only had Kathy and Margot. I didn't know them, and they didn't know each other, but we had a few friends in common. Kathy actually needed to stop about an hour before the cornfield leg of the journey, but Margot was stuck with me the whole ride, so ultimately, still a win. At least I thought it was. Apparently, Kathy and Margot really hit it off. Enough for Margot to ditch her own plans for a romp in the country. I definitely didn't see that one coming, but there was nothing to do about it. Nothing but get the next 4-hour drive over with. The cornfields began right on time and stretched as far as the eye could see. Within 30 minutes, I was already beginning to doze off, and by the hour mark, I realized loud music wasn't enough to keep me going. It was only 10 p.m., but there hadn't been a single change in scenery, not even a passing vehicle, to break the monotony of that fucking corn. I almost didn't believe it when I saw a human-shaped blob come into view on the side of the road. I didn't think it was an actual person. I figured it was just a discarded piece of junk that looked weird in the distant light of the high beams. But once I did realize it was a man, I genuinely didn't know what to do. I didn't have much time to think it through. Normally, I would never stop for a stranger, but I considered it out of concern for their safety. Anyone in the middle of this road, on foot, had to be in a bad way, and that line of thought kind of made me think to keep driving even more. If he was in trouble, what would I be getting myself into? If he wasn't in trouble, why would he be there, flagging me down? If he was dangerous, what the hell could I really do about it? I didn't have a weapon, except for the car itself, of course. Either way, before I knew it, I was passing him, pretending not to notice his waving arms. I glanced in the rearview mirror to see his stationary form quickly engulfed by the darkness as I accelerated. Within a few moments, my heart rate slowed, and I was wide awake. I'd been on that road for almost 2 hours by then, and knowing another 2 were ahead made me want to cry. With the aid of unnecessarily loud rock music, I was able to put the stranger out of my mind entirely for almost 20 solid minutes. That's when another dark, human-shaped blur appeared in the distance. I didn't believe my eyes at first. It couldn't be the same man. That would be impossible. He certainly couldn't walk faster than my car, and I would have seen another vehicle pass by. But what were the odds of 2 hitchhikers being on that road so late? It didn't matter. I sure as hell wasn't going to stop, but when I got closer, I realized it actually was the same man. His hair was long, and he wore something resembling a trench coat. My heart stopped, and for an instant, I wondered if I had fallen asleep at the wheel, but I'd never felt more awake in my life. This time, he wasn't just waving his arms. He was running into the road, fully illuminated by the high beams. I could see his greasy hair slick to the side of his head. Then, as I drew closer, I realized it wasn't because his hair was greasy. It was caked in blood. Had this been the first time I saw the man, I probably would have stopped, but it wasn't. Injured or not, there was something very wrong about the whole situation. There was just no way he got to that spot before me. And it was the same man. I'm positive. Before I knew it, I was accelerating again, but only a few yards separated us. He still made no effort to move out of the way. At the last second, every part of my body, from my eyes to my asshole, clenched, and I swerved into the other lane. I only had my eyes closed for maybe 10 seconds, but it felt like an eternity as I waited for the inevitable impact. Only the collision never came. When I knew I must be well past the man, I opened my eyes to see nothing but the highway and endless rows of corn stretching into the eternal darkness beyond. There was absolutely no fear of falling asleep after that. I drove as fast as I dared, hoping to put the last half of the trip behind me, but just after the 3-hour mark, I saw him one last time. When the light reached his form, he dropped down into a crouch. I was beyond terrified. Simple words cannot express that level of fear. It's something you can only understand through experience. But I wasn't frightened solely by the fact that he got ahead of me. Again, it was the crouch that really did it. He wasn't hiding from me. He was lying in wait, ready to pounce. I could feel it. My eyes remained fixed on the man as I closed the distance, and when I came within range, he leapt forward into the road. It happened so fast I couldn't follow his movement. A dark blur suddenly sprang forward just as I was passing, and it collided with my front passenger side bumper. I felt the impact as I swerved, and this time, I lost control of the vehicle. I didn't know what to do. No one taught me how to handle this situation, but I managed to bring myself to a stop before the entire car was in corn. Had there been a ditch or something harder than corn stalks, I would have been stranded, or much worse. Terrified that the man would reappear any second, I reversed into the road, expecting to see a lifeless form on the pavement. But there wasn't. There was no sign of the man or blood. I wasn't about to get out and look around. I considered calling 911, but when I played the conversation in my head, it seemed like a bad idea. Nothing I experienced made sense. They would have probably asked me to stay put and send an officer to see if I was drunk. I was not staying out there for one more second. I was a nervous wreck for the rest of the drive, even after I got out of the cornfields. Every hill I topped, I expected to see the man again. my heart stopped dead each time I mistook something for his figure. But finally, I made it home without another incident. I'd worried about the damage to my car, but there wasn't a mark on it. I don't understand how that's possible. There was no dent, no blood, not even a scuff. Seriously, what the hell happened? I can't avoid that stretch of road without adding several hours to my trip, but I'm beginning to think it's worth it. I just couldn't handle going through that again, not even in the daytime.
My family consists of me, my parents, and 2 sisters. We used to live in a very large house with 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. It was built in the 90s, and it had 3 exterior balconies, along with 1 interior balcony overlooking the living room and kitchen. We moved in during my 5th grade year, and we didn't move out until I was 25. It all started when we were still in the process of buying the house. The owner stayed calm, but Mom could tell that something was off. In one of their conversations, he blamed his upcoming divorce as the reason that he was so eager to sell. What seemed off was that he also said weird things happened in the house, and that its previous owner had said the same thing. Some examples he gave were that every owner before him had coincidentally gotten a divorce, and some heard whispers and banging when home alone. Mom thought it was a coincidence. She was determined to buy the house. Then things began to happen as soon as we moved in. My sisters don't talk about it very much, but on rare occasions, they'd feel a touch or hear someone whisper their name. They would mostly ignore it, and their encounters lessened over the years. It still messed with them, just not to a large degree. My dad didn't believe in any of it. He would even tease my mom and I about our experiences. He simply ignored any strange incidents, but by the time we moved out, he started to believe we might have been right. Mom and I got it the worst. She heard whispering, footsteps, and on rare occasions, she would hear one of us calling her name. Except it was actually an old woman calling to her. Sometimes she asked if anyone was there, and the whispers would come to an immediate stop. Occasionally, they would start back up again, only to continue going out intermediately. Without sharing too many personal details, my parents' marriage became really strenuous. It's getting better now, but while we lived there, it only got worse and worse. They were genuinely considering a divorce. I would hear footsteps on the stairs and someone rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, especially through the silverware. I'd also hear my family calling my name, usually one of my parents. And each time, I'd run downstairs to see what they wanted, only to be told that no one called for me. Sometimes, it would happen when I was completely alone in the house. I also heard whispering a few times. But when I said hello, it always stopped. Looking back, that was probably a stupid thing to do, but I genuinely thought it was an actual person at the time. And that's how I became its favorite target. If I told Dad, he'd just joke about it, and my sisters would hardly talk about it at all. My mom was the only one that believed me. It became most active when no one was home, so I tried to ignore it by playing video games or listening to loud music. But that only made it more active. By the last few years, the footsteps were louder, and there were more whispers overall. My parents once called for me. They were upset when I didn't respond. I thought that it was more fake whispers, so I just said I didn't hear them. What was I supposed to say? that the ghost confused me. We started renting the house out, moved into another. Occasionally, we'd have to move back in, and the activity would just get worse. Dad finally started to question if it was real when he heard me call his name twice. I was home for one, but not the other. When he asked if I called him, I said no. He believed me, but he was genuinely confused. I could tell he was a little freaked out. The neighborhood went progressively downhill during our time there as well. It used to be nice, but more and more thugs began robbing our neighborhood. Our home was robbed twice before we finally installed security cameras. Dad also ordered a new home defense gun, taught us about gun safety before it arrived. I guess something hurt us talking about it, because 2 days later, while I was home alone playing video games, the double doors to the patio began rattling violently. It was literally echoing throughout the house, all the way to my bedroom. My bedroom was upstairs. My door was closed. My TV volume was up high. Yet I still heard this, loud and clear. I started freaking out and hid under the bed while I called the cops. It took the police 30 minutes to get there, and during that time, I was talking to the 911 operator. She kept me calm, but those doorknobs were still rattling until an officer arrived, and then they suddenly stopped. I ran out as fast as lightning. We checked the cameras, but they showed nothing. My parents were relieved for my safety, and I think this is when my dad truly began questioning things. First, he knows I wouldn't lie about something like this, or call the cops for no reason. Plus, even if I wanted to, I'm a terrible liar. Last week, we finally moved out for the last time. Now that house has sold to someone else. I feel depressed, like I don't want to leave. It's like I have a weird attachment that I can't explain. I even had a few arguments with my mom about leaving. I don't care about the house anymore, but through the last week, it was like something came over me. The activity was worse than it had ever been. Aside from the usual stuff, doors began opening and closing. On the second to last day, while I was loading a box into the SUV, I heard an old woman say, "Don't leave." I thought someone had snuck up behind me, so I ran back inside. That was the only time I ever heard the old woman. It knew this was the last time that we were leaving, and it wasn't happy. Every house we've lived in before or since has had zero activity. To this day, I question a lot of things about that house, but I never want to see it again. I have no idea what was in there, so I wonder if any of you might know what it could be.
I love road trips. There's nothing more delightful to me than to get up an hour before sunrise and hit the road to a destination some hundreds of mile distance. However, there are occurrences in the wee hours when time gets thin and reality blurs around the edges. I'd like to share 3 of these stories that all share a phenomenon that I've called the screaming between. The first was during my move from North Carolina to California. I made it in a 4-day blitz across the continental U.S., which I was pretty proud of. Day 1 passed with no trouble. Moving from Goldsboro, North Carolina, to Prattville, Alabama, in about 12 hours. Day 2, I got all the way from Prattville to Baton Rouge, and I knocked off early to enjoy some beignets and gumbo. Day 3 was the day that I heard it. It was about 4 in the afternoon, with a relatively clear day around me. October isn't the hottest time in Texas, but my AC had quit working, so I had the window down. VNV Nation's Nemesis was blaring out of my shitty Honda Civic speakers when I heard a god-awful shrieking. It was like the sound of a big sheet of steel being torn lengthwise. In a panic, I turn off into a small pullout on the side of the I-10. And before I can even begin to figure out what's going on, rain is hitting the car. A couple of drops, then a torrent. And just ahead of me, where the road dips a bit, I see a runnel of water start. I look to my left, down to the south, and this massive thunderhead is pulling from behind a butte, and this wall of water is starting to pour across the road. Never saw anything like it before, and I was stranded there for a good 40 minutes as this flash flood poured not 20 feet ahead of my car, across the road. The next time was a road trip to Idaho from my new home in the Mojave. I took the route up through Nevada via Amboy and Vegas, figuring that I could do the trip in about a day since the GPS predicted 12 to 13 hours for the drive. The snow was starting to come down as this was a Christmas trip, my favorite time of year to take these journeys, visiting family and friends. I'd gotten roughly halfway there, around the town of Wells. It's honestly a bunch of truck stops and hotels, more of a stopover than a real town. I was starting to get drowsy. I'd taken longer than expected due to a major traffic buildup a few hours before, and it was already pitch black around 11:30 p.m. I had just rolled down the window to let the blast of cool air rejuvenate me when I heard it. The same horrifying shriek of a sound. I jerked the wheel reflexively and skidded off the road. At that exact moment, an oncoming semi drifted right into the lane that I'd been in. The last story is another Christmas road trip. This time, I was going from the Mojave all the way to Illinois, and just my luck, a winter storm comes tearing along the I-70 just as I'm getting onto it during day 2 of my trip. It was insane. I'd gone from a slightly snowy but mostly clear day in Utah to a near whiteout conditions in under an hour. Now I'm perfectly comfortable driving in the snow, and my SUV had its snow chains and 4-wheel drive in good condition. So I figure I can keep going a few hours at least. Then, of course, I hear it. That infernal hell shriek of a sound. This time, I could swear I heard it saying 13 as it screamed through the winter snow. By this time, I'm entirely out of fucks to give when it comes to that screaming, so I hit the next exit and I ducked into a hotel, even though it was only 7 p.m. and I'd been on the road for less than 9 hours. The next day, as I'm driving, I counted 12 vehicles on the side of the road, overturned and wrecked, each one with massive gashes in the sides of the vehicles, like they'd been peeled back by some horrible force. I still love road trips, but part of me is always listening for that screaming when I'm between towns. My grandma and her family used to live in a small area in Tennessee. Her parents, siblings, and she moved into an old farmhouse in the 50s. I asked her how old she thought the house was, like a specific date, but she said she didn't know, and that it was definitely old. At night, they would hear doors open and shut in the house, all night long, and the sound of a cat screeching. Finally, her daddy had had enough and removed the hinges and replaced them with leather hinges to see if that would stop the door from opening and shutting. It didn't. It still kept doing it, opening, shutting, and the sound of a cat screeching. Also, under this house was enough room for her and her siblings to play underneath. The house was set up high on stones. There was no skirting under the home. It was just open. Someone had tried to build a cellar to connect to the home, but never finished it. On the ground, every day that they went down there, they would find balls of long hair. It looked gray and like women's hair. And underneath the hair was coins or change. They would just toss the hair and grab the coins. Again, no explanation for this. One day, Grandma's mom got sick, so great-great-grandma, which was Grandma's mom's mother, came over to help with the kids and help her daughter. Interesting side fact was that great-great-grandma was Cherokee, but she would never ever admit to it. I asked. She would always claim Black Dutch. She was terrified of being taken to Oklahoma, to a reservation. Anyway, great-great-grandma only stayed one night and got ready to leave before the sun came up. Grandma said her mama asked why she was leaving, to which she replied, "I seen a man and his wife pass through the dresser and into the wall. The wife was missing her head. I ain't staying in this house." She left and never came back to that house. Across the road, and across from the house where they lived, was an open field. In the field was a large 3-story home, a rancher-type house. In its heyday, it must have been beautiful, but now it looked weathered. The paint was peeling, and it looked like it had seen better days. Every night, on the top floor in one of the windows, everyone saw a candlelight flickering. Grandma's dad was curious, and one day, during sunlight of course, he walked over to the old house to see where the light could be coming from, and if anyone was living there. The kids came along. Great-grandpa walked inside. The house on the inside looked worse, and there was no way that someone could go up the stairs to the top floor because the stairs had rotted away. Meanwhile, Grandma's half-sister went to the cellar door of the old house and opened it. Down in the cellar was an old, tacky-looking man. He looked up and he said to her. Her sister slammed the door and ran. There were no steps that led into the cellar. I don't think they ever went back over to that rancher house again. They stayed in their house from when my grandma was 8 till she was 11, and the family moved. Last Thursday was my first time ever getting knocked out. My friend said I got dropped twice, but I don't remember the second one. The Acacia Strain had a show at the Ace of Cups in Columbus. Me and my friend Tanner are on the edge of the pit, and there's this dick making circles, swinging and windmill kicking the ring of people forming the walls of the pit. People that obviously don't want to mosh or else they'd be in there kicking and swinging. I hate those kinds of people at shows. Hated them before this incident, hate them even more now. The building was packed, making it impossible for me to just scoot backwards. Courteous moshers respect the fist-out barrier. This dick was not. I never got his name, so I'll start calling him Richard, so this won't get flagged for how many times I reference him. The Acacia Strain were only a few songs in when Richard made his way back around to our part of the circle, still jumping backwards into people on the outskirts with haymakers and Chun-Li spin kicks. I see him coming, and I have my arm stretched out. But Richard chose not to respect the unwritten rule others abide by. I was told he'd made solid contact with his elbow to my chin. Tanner could hear the crunch over the blaring music. My eyes rolled into the back of my head, but I don't collapse because of how packed the room is. My body couldn't fall anywhere. The last thing I remember is putting my arm out. Tanner told me my eyes roll back forward, and I tried going after the guy before he could stop me. It didn't end well. What I remembered next was the medic asking me questions outside. I couldn't breathe through my nose, and it felt like a bowl of water was sloshing in my head. I'd also lost a tooth. It was bad enough that they decided to take me in the ambulance to the hospital. This is where my memories differ from what Tanner tells me. When we got into the ambulance, I remember seeing another woman in there, dressed in street clothes.
What I thought at the time was that she'd also been hurt at the show. But Tanner says it was just he and the medic sitting back there with me, and the medic was a dude. I swear, though, I could describe this woman perfectly. I was conscious the whole trip. At one point, we made eye contact. Tears had smeared makeup down her cheeks. Her hair was long, straight black. Her eyes were also black, like she was wearing those colored contacts from Hot Topic. She was hauntingly beautiful, so much so that I instantly became self-conscious, knowing I'd just gotten the shit kicked out of me. I probably wasn't in the right vibe to be talking game to this girl. She also didn't look like she was in the right space for that either. I tried to stop myself from turning and gazing up at her, instead trying to focus on Tanner and the medic talking guitars. I was disappointed by my own cowardice for not even introducing myself. She wasn't in the ER waiting room, and believe me, I searched. That's when Tanner was like, "What are you doing?" And I say, "Trying to find the girl who rode up here in the ambulance with us." He made a confused expression, but his eyebrows were raised like, uh-oh. He might have been hit a little harder than I thought. I didn't believe him when he told me that there was no one in the ambulance with us. I went as far as going to the front desk and asking if a girl matching my description had checked in right before me. I explained she'd taken the same ambulance as us, but the woman said no. It was a slow night, and the waiting room was practically empty. To this day, I still question if she was real or not. I could smell her perfume, feel the pressure of someone's knees leaned up against the side of the stretcher. I don't know. It all felt pretty real. I grew up in Germany, and I'm interested in the paranormal, but also a little suspicious of it. I've had stuff happen that I can't explain, like my great-grandfather visiting me in a dream, even though I'd never met him. He died of cancer a few years before I was born. I remember what he looked like, but not what he said, only that he warned me about something. I eventually learned it was my great-grandfather by seeing pictures of him for the first time. My grandmother had stored them in her attic after he passed, but she cleared the room 10 years later. I also saw a shadow person in my bedroom doorway. It was imitating my mom, calling to me, believing it was her. I turned and mumbled for it to leave me alone. My mom overheard and came to ask if I was okay. In return, I asked why she woke me. She never called for me or stood in my doorway, nor did she encounter whatever I heard. On another occasion, my grandma randomly called me. She has a sixth sense when it comes to family and said everything was going to be okay. She didn't even bother with pleasantries. At the time, I was feeling depressed. I didn't know what to do with my life. I have no idea what made her call, but I'm positive she knew everything. She also did this with my sister on a few occasions. She'd call and somehow give her relevant life advice without being given any information. The latest experiences involve my Indian side of the family. Before we moved, we had a religious shrine in our closet, and one night, a blue orb danced through the room. The curtains were closed, no light was coming through, and the orb curiously went into the wardrobe. My husband thinks I saw God. I have no idea if that's true, but I certainly can't explain what I saw. The next one happened during a solar eclipse. My husband has a necklace that he's worn since birth. His mother extended it as he grew, and he gave it to me when he traveled for extended periods. On the day of the eclipse, I suddenly felt really sick. The bus driver even offered to call a doctor once he noticed how pale I'd become. I declined, but I had a hard time walking the last few meters home. I also had a burning sensation where the necklace touched my skin. I immediately called to inform my husband,
and to ask if I could take off the necklace and put it away and how to store it properly. He said to put it in a box, store it in the corner furthest away from me. I wasn't to wear it until he said it was okay again. As it turns out, his father's mistress does black magic, and the gods that protect us from black magic are weakest during a solar eclipse. I felt weak until the eclipse passed, and then I could wear the necklace again without issue. The last story is the most recent. I was visiting my in-laws in India. Their house is a little old but comfy and pretty. However, I always felt uneasy around the staircase, and apparently that's because it's the most active part of the house. My mother-in-law was a little doubtful of me, but she told my husband that the ghosts were less active during my stay. Basically, she thinks I carry too much light energy, and it dispelled them from the house. Well, I guess that was it. That's my small collection. Do whatever you want with it. I'm looking forward to your comments and ideas. I've been living with ghosts since I was 8 years old, so I have lots of stories. I've been told by my doctors, therapists, friends, and family that I have a sixth sense of sorts. I'm able to see the world between living and dead. I don't call it a superpower. I'd call it a curse. This first incident that I want to tell you about happened at school almost a year ago. I had lunch at McDonald's, and I was almost late for my next class, so I had to rush back. When I entered the school, something felt off, but not enough for serious concern. Since everyone was already in class, I jogged up both flights of stairs to the hall for nursing classes. As I continued down the hall, I saw a man walking towards me with his head down. When we passed one another, he bumped into me very hard, knocking me onto the ground. By the time I stood up, I was both scared and angry, but the man was gone, so I went to class. Afterward, I had one more class, but I began feeling uneasy once I sat down. I had a stomachache, and I felt like I might get super sick any second. I kept my head down, and when the class was dismissed, everyone left except one classmate, the teacher, and myself. The other student asked me if I was okay, and slowly lifting my head, I started to say yes, but then I realized something else was in the room with us. It looked like some kind of demon, almost 6'5" tall, horns, purple-esque skin, and weird appendages. I just stood up and ran out of the classroom without another word. It probably looked weird to the others, but I couldn't tell them what I saw. I felt sick. I don't know what it wanted, but it scared the shit out of me. For the next incident I want to share, you should probably know that I'm an atheist and that I have friends from many cultural backgrounds. I think the angel of death is a religious thing, but please correct me if I'm wrong. I've had a few encounters with a woman, and even though it's scary, she's one of the friendliest ghosts I've ever seen. She was almost 10 feet tall, had pale skin, holes for eyes, a floor-length black robe, extremely long dark hair, and she hovered above the ground. She didn't smell bad, and she only made slight whisper sounds, like she was talking to herself. My first encounter with her was 10 years ago, when I was still doing parkour with a friend. I was never that great, but my friend was amazing. I still can't believe some of the jumps he made. One day, he and I were next to a very tall retirement home complex when we saw a husband and wife leave the building crying. We asked if they were okay, and we learned that the woman's mother was ill. They were outside waiting for an ambulance to arrive. When we finally heard the sirens, we quickly realized the EMTs didn't realize how to get into the complex. So my friend hopped on his bike and guided them in. Afterward, we watched from a distance as the woman was wheeled out on a stretcher and placed into the ambulance. That's when I first saw the woman I previously described, though at the time, I didn't think anything of it. Life continued as normal, and now we can jump to August 2020. I got a bad case of burnout and stopped going to school because I cared too much about others and too little about myself. Oops. I was on my way to bed late one night, and the house was completely silent. My sister, who's 4 years older than me, was already asleep in her room. But when I opened my bedroom door, I saw her door was open. That in itself was pretty weird. She always slept with her door closed. I looked in to see a figure hunched over her, and I quickly ran to the bathroom where I locked myself inside. I repeated to myself, "This isn't real, this isn't real," until the words stopped making sense. Then I emptied my bladder and my stomach before deciding to return to bed. When I opened the door, my sister's door was closed, and the figure was standing in my doorway, looking at me. Not knowing what to do, I stepped back to my sister's door and watched in horror as the figure moved upstairs to my parents' room. I darted into my room, turned on the lights, locked the door, and waited. I heard the figure moving around in my parents' room, and I heard it close their door when it left. Then I heard it go down the stairs, through the kitchen, into the garage, before finally leaving. I went downstairs to check things out, but there was nothing. It just left. Was it the angel, or was it a weird ghost? It's almost like it was looking for something. The reason I say this is my most friendly ghost is because most try to hurt me, give me headaches. Talking about this stuff, it always makes me tired, too. Just remember, every person has their own unique stories, so treat them that way. Also, one last tip. If you meet a ghost, do not make eye contact. If you do, it'll make them happy because they can now break you. They can make you hate anything, even yourself. Bye. I don't know what a lot of people think demons look like, or if they just imagine them internal, or what. But I can tell you that I have in fact seen demons. I know that I did, and also my friend SARA from 3rd grade at St. John's Catholic School. I'd been at the school all of 6 months when this happened. I was already feeling like an outsider. It was my first time in a private school, so adjusting was hard. Oh, and there was also the minor detail that I wasn't remotely religious, neither was my mom. Instead, it was my new stepdad's idea to enroll me at St. John's. My mom had little of a spine, so she agreed. I'm sorry if that's rude, but it's true. For better or for worse, she's heard it a time or two, so not always from me either. Anyway, the story. 6 months into this deal, I had 2 friends, SARA and Kelly, both my age, both in my class. SARA was wily, charismatic. Kelly was basically a perfect student, a model Christian. I was somewhere right in the middle, a follower. SARA especially liked to get lost. I say that with air quotes because she was intentionally hiding. She got kicks out of teachers having to shut things down and find her, and now me. One day, a busy day for Catholics, in fact, since it was indeed Ash Wednesday Mass, we decided to execute one of her plans. The school and the church itself weren't connected. They just sat in the same lot as one another, but 2 separate buildings. So Mass was going to take place in the church, but we were currently in the school building. Sarah says that when the class leaves, we should all pick a place to hide and come out once they've left to the other building. Kelly immediately shuts the idea down, but I, being the follower I am, I agree to Sarah's plan. As all the classes shuffle down the halls toward the exit to the church, I tuck myself behind a small wall where I know a class is already vacated. I wait for the sound of footsteps to stop. Almost on cue, Sarah and I jump out from our concealed locations and just start laughing hysterically. Then we quickly shut ourselves up and run back to the classroom. I will say, it was notably strange. Before we got to the door, I was scared. As we approached the door, Sarah was ahead of me. She stopped, so I stopped. I watched her, just standing frozen in place, staring into the classroom. My fear was now growing, yet I still had no idea why I was afraid. Sarah removes herself from the doorway, keeping her eyes focused on something inside. As soon as she removes her gaze, she grabs my hand and starts running us back in the direction we'd come from. Was she trying to scare me? I don't know, but it was working. I stopped us before the exit and I demanded Sarah tell me what was going on. Suddenly, I was more afraid of being in trouble than whatever was inside the classroom. She can hardly shape her words, but she manages to tell me that she saw a nun inside that classroom. More specifically, not a nice nun, a bad-faced nun. Most of you, some of you, know that nuns don't typically teach in Catholic school anymore. That's sort of an old school thing. When I was in school, the 90s, and today, the teachers just look like normal teachers. It really wasn't more common for a Catholic school kid like me to see a nun than a public school kid in the same area. In general, nuns are and have been for some time on a steady decline. All this to say that I was sure Sarah was messing with me. I told Sarah as much, adding that it wasn't possible. Whatever I said, we now felt emboldened as we made our way back down the hallway toward the class. Again, that feeling. But I ignored it, and instead this time, I went first. Nothing. Sarah follows behind me as she sees I'm unenthused. She also sees nothing. The air, though, it's actually palpable. It's like we can't move forward, and we can't move backwards. I can feel that Sarah feels the same sense of dread that I do. I turn to look at her, and I can see that she's terrified. But more than that, I can see just behind her the face of a horrible woman. There's nothing to accompany the vision but a face. No body, no habit, just a horrible face, sitting side by side with my friend's face. I scream. Sarah screams. Closing my eyes, we run and somehow manage to get to the exit. This time, we don't hesitate to run through the doors. We aren't shy of making a scene. We definitely feared what was inside far more than any punishment at this point. Truthfully, I hardly remember the repercussions for running off to begin with. The real punishment was with whatever we faced that day. Sarah told me the next day, or maybe the next few days, she walked away with actual scratches from the whole thing. How, I'd asked. She said she felt heat on her back just before we screamed. But it was her mother who saw them. She was upset with her, demanding that she tell her who did this to her. I know for a fact that she ended up lying to her mother in the end. She feared that telling her about a demonic nun, it would somehow get her banished from life. Super sad, but actually probably true. I asked her, what did the nun look like? What made her not nice? When she told me, I knew we'd definitely seen the same face. My friend and I lost touch just after grade 5. For some reason, I stayed at St. John's for the better part of my schooling, and I never did see the nun again, or any other strange faces. Of course, I was never looking for her. If anything, I was avoiding her at all costs. I probably became a better student. I never passed the story on or even told anyone what happened. Because as much as it makes for a great story, it always felt like telling it there, inside those walls, was somehow bad luck. And I really needed all the good luck I could get during those years. In the 3rd grade, I had an experience where I lost a chunk of time. 4 months later, things were mostly back to normal, except I started having trouble sleeping. Sometimes I would just lay there, wide awake for up to 6 hours, and it eventually wore me down. My parents took me to a doctor who said the issue was probably related to scary movies and late-night TV, which was obviously not the case. I wasn't even allowed to watch that kind of stuff. Regardless, my parents became even more strict with screen time, and I was given herbal tea before bed. Minimizing my screen time was one of the most frustrating things I experienced in my adolescence. So when my family went to sleep, I snuck in the living room. I was too afraid to turn on the TV, so I looked out the window instead. I usually didn't see anything exciting, but one evening, I saw my dad's best friend, Tony, standing on the sidewalk right outside of our apartment. It seemed very odd, like he was waiting for me. As soon as I pulled the curtain back, he was staring directly at me, smiling and waving. He was one of the first friends my parents met when they came to America. So I always knew him as Uncle Tony. He would usually slip me $20 when he came to visit, so I always made sure to greet him first. I gestured for him to come upstairs, and the moment I turned to unlock the door, there was a faint knock, so I quickly opened it. I invited him inside and offered to wake my dad as I brought an extra chair from the kitchen. Tony walked in, smiling, and I hurried to my parents' room. They were already sitting up asking if I opened the front door, to which I proudly announced that Uncle Tony was here. Dad ran to the living room to find the door open and the kitchen chair in the middle of the room. He was furious, and he wanted answers, but I thought Tony had just gone downstairs to get something. After confirming that wasn't the case, Dad locked up and sent me to bed. I was so confused. I didn't know if I'd been dreaming or sleepwalking, but I knew better than to argue with Dad right then. I woke up at 10 in the morning, hoping Dad would leave for work before I had to face him, but I could hear my parents talking. Mom was crying, and Dad was on the phone. I came out of my room. Mom called me into the living room. She asked if I really saw Uncle Tony the previous night. Her eyes were red and puffy. When I said yes, she looked at my father in pure astonishment. Dad sat next to me and explained that Uncle Tony couldn't have been here because he passed away in a car accident on his way home from Tijuana. I burst into tears for many reasons. Even as I write this, my throat tightens because I loved him. He was like family. My parents gave me a look that was very sad, serious, and a little frightened all at the same time. And they said, if I see Tony again, to tell him we all love him and miss him. I never did see him again, but I think about him often. I did, however, realize that if I could see Uncle Tony, I might be able to see other spirits as well. I don't believe in heaven or hell, but I do believe there is an existence after this one. And all these years later, I'm still discovering new things. Of the many encounters I've had since, some entities were innocuous, and some were absolutely horrifying. Almost 10 years ago, my family took a vacation to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the Big Island. The hotel we stayed at was a nice one. It was a Sheraton hotel, but I know there was another name before it, like Kona or King. But I don't remember anyone telling me or anyone recalling it being haunted or not. Either way, we were there for about 5 days total. On day 3, or night 3, something happened that made the next 2 days a bit different, to say the least. Sleeping got harder and became something I tried in the afternoons. Even then, didn't get much sleep. On the 3rd night, I was with my cousin in the master bedroom of my parents' suite, watching a movie, and at some point, we fell asleep. That night, my parents had essentially given their room or suite to the kids, and the adults were in the adjoining room that my aunt and uncle had reserved. My cousin was still asleep, but I had woken up. It sounded like my little brother and my little cousins had fallen asleep too. I got up and I walked around the room to make sure that everyone was asleep, and I went to turn off the TV in the living room, which was blaring some sort of infomercial. As soon as I shut it off, I heard some sort of soft, muffled sound. It sounded like a group of people. I immediately assumed it was my parents or the adults having a late night. But I hadn't heard them a moment ago in the master bedroom, so I just walked over to the wall that was shared with the other suite, and that's when I saw that it was past 3 a.m. At first, I only thought it was strange that they would be awake so late, but shortly after making it to the wall, I realized the sound had ceased. It was silent throughout both our suite and theirs. But as I walked back to the master bedroom, I heard the low, soft mumble return, and it was as though they were just in the other room, the living room behind me. Turning around, I could see that nothing had changed. No one was awake, and the TV remained off. So I chalked it up to being tired, and I just went back to bed. Possibly someone was around us, neighbors even. As I tried to fall back asleep, I couldn't drown it out. I remember putting a pillow over my head just to try to make the sound go away. Eventually, it must have been even the slightest successful because it was morning. I told my parents about the whole ordeal, and they basically told me that this was a vacation spot. They were sure that it could have been somebody below us even, just younger people having a good time. I didn't agree with them, but what was I going to do about it? That night, I asked my cousin to stay over again. She was for sure more interested in what I had told her than afraid. At least, she didn't dismiss me entirely. So, she stayed and we got to use the living room as our area for the night. My aunt and uncle hosted the younger kids. Because I was so tired, I fell asleep before we could even really start the movie we picked. But I was awoken by my cousin around midnight. She was holding her index finger to her mouth and using her other hand to point to her ear. I listened, and I heard what sounded like whispering. It was close to us, but no one was near us. We laid there, one ear up, and just listened. It was incredibly unsettling. But somehow, my cousin, not being afraid, allowed me to sort of calm down. It was almost the sound of children, but there were so many of them. It was hard to tell if they were all children or some sort of mix of all types of voices. I asked out loud, what could it be? My cousin said, "Ghosts, Kyla. Ghost whispers. I mean, right?" It eventually stopped, and then it would come back. It definitely didn't sound like neighbors. I don't know what it was, but it creeped me out enough to keep me awake. I remember staring at the TV for hours. Random old black and white TV shows just running across the screen. I wasn't really watching as much as keeping myself distracted with the sound and visuals. The last day, I was pretty tired. I thought I would catch up on some sleep before a super fun luau that night. At first, I thought it was just sleepiness or even dreaming a little. I heard loud footsteps. It sounded like someone wearing large, heavy boots or heavy shoes, carrying heavy things. I'd sort of dozed off, but it appeared a few more times. Eventually, I went to shut the door because I wanted to sleep, and I had thought that everybody had been out for a few hours. Closing the door, I realized that I was alone. But suddenly, I feel a bit of air rush towards me. I see the papers on the desk beside me whoosh in the air. I hear what sounds like metal on metal, clashing 3 or 4 times, and then nothing. I had slammed the door almost immediately and was standing on the other side. I really have no idea how to explain that one any better than I just have there. But holy hell, it was incredibly scary. I buried myself in the large bed and mess of comforters, and I tried to get some sleep. That was the last experience I had there, thankfully. I realize all these things happened at times that I was tired, but at a certain point, it feels like you can only blame so much on being tired. Before heading out that night, I couldn't help but notice that none of the windows actually opened in the room. The papers, which had flown about earlier, were still thrown about. My parents had even asked if I'd knocked those over and forgotten to pick them up. No, I hadn't, I told them. But I didn't bother telling them what exactly had. I was still trying to wrap my own head around that idea. So, that's my experience. Has anyone ever had one like it? I'd be so curious to know if I'm alone in this or not. I've had people ask about my family's paranormal experiences with a cult, so here it is. Very soon after getting involved with them, we started having paranormal activity in our home. And when we moved to the same town as the leaders, the activity increased. During our time in the cult, the leaders decided I should move in with them and 4 other teenage girls. One evening, my friend and I were doing homework at the kitchen table when my back suddenly started stinging and burning. It was irritating, so I asked my friend to have a look. Rolled up my shirt. She stared at my back in confusion. There were 3 long scratches down the center of my back. It almost looked like a cat had its way with me, but they were way too big and far apart to be from a cat. Plus, we didn't have a cat. My friend seemed pretty freaked out by it, so I went to look in the bathroom mirror. There's no way I could have done this to myself. I wasn't worried. I assumed it had happened earlier, and I was only just now noticing. But then it happened again, a couple of months later, while I was playing on the computer. Out of nowhere, I felt that same stinging, burning sensation, again on my back. I went to the bathroom, lifted my shirt, and found 3 scratch marks, very similar to the first set. They were just a little shorter and off-center. This time, I was a little worried, but I figured it must be from the clothing I was wearing. Eventually, I pushed it from my mind until years later, when I heard about it happening to many others. And it happened to me again, just before I moved out of the cult house. It was late morning. My sister and I were chatting in her room, which was in the basement. Next to her room is the utility room and the staircase. Her door was closed, and we were about to go upstairs when we suddenly heard a growl. It was coming from the utility room. It wasn't like a cat or a dog. It was the deep, low sound of something like a lion or a bear. It's so hard to describe. When I first heard it, I was confused and frightened. My mind was racing, wondering how a wild animal could be in the house. Then, I thought someone must have an aggressive dog outside, even though it sounded nothing like a dog. I was just trying to make sense of it. Some sort of primal instinct kicked in. I became filled with dread as the growling got louder. It sounded like it was getting closer to the door. Panicked, I looked at my sister, and I see she's completely frozen. Her face was filled with fear and confusion, and I was seriously considering an escape out the window. She said to sit still and be quiet, but I couldn't. The growls were getting louder and closer. I couldn't sit there doing nothing, so I started screaming for my mom. The growling stopped immediately. I screamed for a solid minute before stopping to listen, and it was totally silent. My heart was pounding, but I told my sister we had to run for it. She tried to stop me, but I opened the door and didn't see anything. We raced upstairs and told our mother everything. There was an incident when I spent the night in my sister's room. We had just gotten into bed, and as soon as the room was totally silent, there was a loud whisper from the end of the bed. It said my name as clear as day, and nothing else. I couldn't tell if it sounded male or female. I grabbed my sister, totally freaked out, and she had heard it too. I clung to her, terrified, trying to process what we had heard. She said not to give it any attention, but I was too frightened to stay there. I got a glass of water to calm down and slept on the couch that night. So here's a fascinating and horrifying story about my stepmom, Olga. When she was a young child, she was plagued with health issues. They prevented her from leaving the bed most of the days because she was too ill to stand for long periods of time. The sickness came on suddenly when she was in the middle of first grade. One day, Olga is an athletic, happy girl. The next morning, she's throwing up blood in her bed, running a fever of over 39 degrees Celsius. And all of this was happening at the worst stretch of time in her adolescence so far. Her parents were in the middle of a separation. When Olga saw her dad, it was either him sleeping on the couch or screaming and fighting in the kitchen with her mother, Ava. Then he'd be gone again for weeks at a time. At the young age of 24, Ava had taken on the responsibilities of a single mother, tending to a sick daughter alone. When Olga first went to the hospital, the doctors would originally diagnose her with acute ulcers due to the issues at home. They'd prescribe her a heartburn medication that never really fixed the problem. Olga said the intensity of her fevers would make her hallucinate to the point of seeing people walk around her room. She'd be sitting up in bed, wide awake, watching as the shadow in the darkest corner of her room bends and morphs into a human silhouette. Then that silhouette stepped out through its two-dimensional boundaries, becoming a three-dimensional being. Then they'd usually walk through the wall adjacent to Olga, passing by the foot of her bed. Olga tries to tell her mom about these vivid shadow people that she's been seeing appear in her room. But Ava's answer is to start diagnosing Olga herself with allergies and illnesses that she's read about in books and checked out at the library. By this point, Olga had stopped seeing her physician. None of the doctors that met with Olga could figure out what was wrong with her. A few times during this, Olga would have a break in her fever. She'd even have enough strength to get out of bed and walk around the house. Then, after dinner or the next morning, her fever would spike again. She'd be forced to take refuge in her bed for weeks. Olga's dad was a lawyer. Every couple of years, he'd uproot and move the family on a whim, taking a high-profile client and needing to be closer to them, or partnering up with a law firm until the relationship goes sour. Olga's never in one place too long growing up. The family had only recently moved into that house, a month before Olga's dad had left. This place was a stark contrast to the other homes they'd lived in, though, located in a small town near Salem. Within the first week, Ava would begin expressing concerns that she thought she was being stalked by someone. Olga's dad ignored her claims, accusing her of lying to get attention. One particularly scary incident involved Ava running through their front door. Her face was bruised and she had a rope tangled around her neck. She was in hysterics as she told Olga and her dad about going to the market and getting attacked by two men. They came up from behind and grabbed Ava in the parking lot when she was putting away her groceries. They tried to pull her into their car, but she was able to cause enough of a scene and fight them off long enough for them to give up and run away. Ava didn't get a good description of them because they attacked her from behind. After a moment of silence, Olga remembers her dad scoffed and asked her mom if she'd gotten the 2% milk. He belittled her claims and insinuated that she'd done it to herself for attention. The ordeal had left Ava in a state of despair, while her partner continued his daily routines, emotionless to the family. Olga said that she'd never seen her father smile. He never laughed, never played or showed affection. Her scrapes and bruises weren't met with empathy. She was told that crying made her look weak. Eventually, Olga stopped crying, stopped trying to be heard because she knew no one was listening. Olga had been treated like a miniature adult and expected to act accordingly. That's why Olga chose not to talk to her mom about the waking nightmares she'd been experiencing on an almost nightly basis by that time. The entities appearing in her room began to speak. Most of it was in a garbled English, though some were in a different language. But all of them sounded like someone talking under the water while you're just above the surface. Random words could be understood, but most of the noise was too muddled for interpretation. None of these matte black figures that would cross through Olga's bedroom were the same. All of them different sizes and shapes, each with different speaking tones, and none of them would interact with Olga as they passed by the foot of her bed, except for one. A stout female entity with long hair flowing like smoke from a candle, but its direction going down instead of up. She stands at the end of Olga's bed. Her face is featureless, but Olga can feel that they're staring into each other's eyes. Olga can't believe what she's seeing, and she really has a moment to examine this shadow figure. Besides the hair becoming more translucent as it's parted and moved by her shoulders, the rest of her was pure, deep black. The light given off by Olga's side table lamp was absorbed by its skin instead of reflected. Then it spoke to Olga. The sound was so close, she didn't know if it was in her head or if it had been audible on the outside. Though a submerged tone, Olga believed it said, "You feed the flowers." To stop herself from screaming, Olga kept her hands cupped tightly around her mouth. She did that the whole time this entity was interacting with her, all the way until it stepped back from her bed and back through the wall. For days, Olga would think about those words, what they could have meant. Then, one sunny afternoon, the mailman brings a vase filled with beautiful daffodils. It was addressed to Olga. Her first-grade class had gotten her a bouquet of flowers, along with a get-well-soon card signed by all of her classmates. Eva brought it into Olga's room, put it on the table beside her. When she left, Olga laughed at herself when a tear escaped from her eye. More tears would follow as she smelled the sweet fragrance of her flowers and read through all the little notes her friends had wrote on the edges of her card. Later that night, Eva prepares Olga's dinner, places it on a TV tray in front of her. Olga often struggled to keep food down, so her eating habits mostly consisted of picking through little bites of food, taking small sips of water, rarely able to finish what was on her plate. Her mom would make her finish the glass of water, though. Eva insisted it be gone by the time she came to retrieve the dishes. This night was like the rest. Olga would choke down a portion of her meal and then decided she was done. Olga set the TV tray on the floor next to her bed, but before she got fully back under her blankets, she saw her glass of water sitting on the tray that she barely drank. Olga was already feeling a bit nauseous, didn't want to place any more substances in her body. Instead, Olga grabs the glass. She dumps it into the egg-shaped vase of flowers from her class, and then goes to bed. The next morning, when Olga wakes up, she finds her flowers have wilted and died. Almost instantly, this makes her recall the shadow woman, what she'd said. Seeing the flowers are now dead, it scares Olga enough to make her stop drinking the water her mom would bring with every meal. She became so dehydrated, she had to crawl from her bed to the bathroom in her room just to get a drink from the faucet while her mom was asleep. When her mom would bring her the water, she would later pour it off the opposite side of her bed, next to the wall. It would eventually start to mold the carpet and smell, but not before Olga had already been doing this for over a week. In this time, Olga found that she was less fatigued and tired. She would keep her slight health improvement a secret from Eva, using her new sense of energy to quietly explore the house when her mom would go to sleep. Olga was also having to deal with an increase in appetite, so she would sneak into the kitchen, eat the leftovers that were thrown away that night. On one of these excursions to the kitchen, Olga notices a small box on the counter. It was tipped over and some of its contents had spilled out in front of it. Its mess frozen on display and left to clean up in the morning. Olga walks over to see what had spilled. At first, she's inspecting the small mound of thick white powder, thinking it's baking soda. She puts her finger in it. The texture is softer than baking soda, possibly flour or powdered sugar. Olga also remembers finding a small amount of this substance on the rim of a water glass that her mom had brought to her. Eva told Olga that it was powdered dish soap from the dishwasher. Olga, being a child and curious to find an answer to her new little mystery, was about to put her finger in her mouth to taste it when her eyes just so happened to glance over at an eye-catching red and white logo on the box. Below the name was an image of a white rat, over it a red X. Olga knew that anything with a big red X should probably be avoided, so she quickly wiped the powder off of her fingers onto her pajamas. Olga initially got scared, thought that she'd put her hand in rat poison, but she'd never seen a rat in the house, and the box said tracking powder. Olga left it as it was, ate her snack, and went to bed. The next day, while her mom was at the store, Olga calls the only number she can remember, which is her Uncle Victor. He's surprised to hear her voice, and he listens to her tell him about the water. When she's finished, Victor tells Olga he's on his way over. Olga sits on the living room couch, watches out the window for Victor. He lives in an apartment complex 2 neighborhoods down. But before she sees his truck, Olga sees Eva's car turn into the driveway. Olga leaps from the couch. She's about to turn and run to her bedroom when she sees Victor's truck come flying in. pulling directly behind Ava's car. Ava gets out of her car, startled as Victor jumps from his truck and starts yelling at her in Russian. Ava starts yelling back. This is the angriest Olga has ever seen Victor. He was frothing at the mouth while he was yelling. Then, Victor pushes Ava to the gravel, starts walking towards the front door. He sees Olga in the window and tells her to unlock the door. She's petrified with fear but runs to unlock the deadbolt. Victor kicks open the door and yells at Olga to get in the truck. He then walks back into the bedroom, opens her closet door, and with one bear hug grasp, manages to get all of Olga's clothes in between his interlocking arms. Then he turns, pushes Olga in front of him. He's guiding her with his hips down a path towards his truck. When they got into the driveway, Ava started screaming at Olga not to get into Victor's truck, and that she'd call the police. Victor tells Olga to keep walking, starts cussing at Ava in Russian and English, calling her insane, saying that he'd be calling the cops when he and Olga got back to his apartment. Victor threw Olga's clothes in the bed of his truck, then lifted Olga with one arm, opening the passenger door with the other, throwing her in. Victor slams her door, then walks around to his side and they kick up gravel, leaving marks on the driveway as they back out of it and onto the road. The short ride to Victor's home is silent. When they get to his apartment, they leave Olga's clothes in the truck, walk right inside. Victor gets on the phone with the police. Olga sits in the living room and listens to him tell the police that his sister's been poisoning his niece. Victor tells the cops that his sister has always had problems, but she never got help. He never thought that she'd do something like this. As Victor sat on the couch next to Olga, she saw him cry. Then Olga cried. Ava had been lacing Olga's water with rat poison and other drugs to keep her sick. After Olga's dad left, Ava's abandonment crisis and other underlying mental health warnings manifested into an unhealthy obsession to feel needed. Olga's sickness gave her the purpose she was so desperate for. It was the assurance she needed that Olga could never leave her. My stepmom ended up living with her Uncle Victor until she met my sad, divorced single dad at a baseball game in their early 20s. She fell in love with his wackiness and the little nugget he had with him. And we've been a happy family ever since. Needless to say, I've never met Grandma Ava. So I used to live in a small town in rural Canada. There was this old folks' home for the mentally unwell that was closed a long time before I moved there. During the day, people would go to the property and hang out in the well-kept grass and trees. The town still took care of the surrounding grounds for this specific reason. The actual building was locked up, but teenagers would break into the building to basically scare themselves, myself included on a few occasions. Usually with 5 or so people, a little bit drunk or a little high, but even stone cold sober, it was lots of fun, probably due to feeling somewhat safe in numbers. And literally nothing actually happened that couldn't be easily explained with logic, noises, papers shifting, etc. Inevitably, the large group of teens that we were, we would make too much noise and the cops would get called. One night, me and my best friend, whom is a serious skeptic, decided to break or get into one of the parts of the building that no one had gotten into before. This time, just the two of us, because the more people you bring, the more likely the police are to show up, mainly due to a disturbance being called in by someone living across the property. We've had to book it from cops before, and we didn't want to tonight, especially if we were going to find a place that no one had ever been before, where we didn't know the exits. To get an idea of what it looked like, 5 stories tall, with the 4th and 5th stories making a slight tower jutting from the middle. Old brick in the front. Modern cement blocks that were painted over, like in schools. At the back, that's where you could tell that stuff was added in later years.
The newer parts of the building had been broken into by kids a lot, but the main building had thick metal doors, and the windows that might be able to be opened were on the 3rd story. The whole thing looked like an old school, church, asylum, all cobbled together. There were other little structures around the main building, pool house, gymnasium, all ransacked by us idiots. Not the main floor of the old building, though. We climbed on the roof of the boiler room at the back of the building. We did this by piling up furniture debris we found in one of the ransacked storage buildings behind the main building. We pulled off one of the plywood covers nailed over a hole in the roof for a skylight or a missing vent, not sure. That led into the boiler room. We used the pipes along the ceiling and walls to climb down. This part of the building still looked semi-modern. You could tell that it was added closer to when it had closed. There was an exit that only opened from the inside, so at least leaving would be easy if needed. Me and my buddy are pumped at this point. The pipes made it easy to get down, and everything was going good as it could. We make our way to the back of the room. We find the door leading to the untouched main floor of the building. We're half expecting the door to be locked like all of the other thick metal ones. But it opened with a real achy creak, loud against the silence. The door opened to the middle of a hallway, leading left or right. First thing we noticed, dust everywhere. It had made a 1/4 inch of film on everything. We both went right, as it led into an interesting-looking main area with sheet-covered furniture. We used our phone screens as light, took a couple of steps into the main room, and it hit me like a train. I'll try my best to phrase this understandably. All of a sudden, I feel sick. Not throw-up sick, but I'm gonna die sick. Like my brain said, run, leave, escape, now. I started shaking for no reason. It was so jarring. If I had to compare it to something, it felt like someone was right behind me with the intent to end me. It was weird because of how sudden it was, like a switch went off. I was excited and positive right up until that point, and then I was convinced we were about to get jumped or murdered. I looked at my buddy, and his face had the same expression of what I felt. Genuinely terrified, white as a ghost. I think that might have scared me even more, honestly, because I've never seen him like that. Neither of us saw anything at this point. No ghost, no distinct noises after the door creak, no creepy dolls or skeletons, just thick dust, sheet-covered furniture. It made no sense that I felt so threatened, and looking at my friend, I knew he felt it too. Without saying a word to each other, we turn our heads and walk toward the boiler room. We didn't tell each other that either one of us wanted to go. We just started backtracking faster than we came in. I'm leading us at this point, and my blood ran ice cold when I noticed something on the other side of the door we left open. A set of fresh-looking footprints that led down the left route of the hall. We both went right to get to the large main room. The prints were positively not ours. As we got closer, it got worse. The footprints started 8 to 10 feet from the door, in the middle of the hall. It looked like a person had teleported 10 feet from the door, mid-stride, and walked the opposite way and around the corner. We booked out of there as fast as possible. Thank fuck there was an exit in the boiler room, because I can't imagine climbing up those pipes in a panic. Literally never went back to that building. On the way back to his house, I asked my buddy what he saw, and he said he saw the prints, noticed how far away from the door they were. So, I know that I wasn't just seeing things. I'm an atheist. I don't have a good explanation for this, and I'd really love one. To clarify, we didn't see them appear. We saw them after they had been made, and they looked as new as ours. Bonus fact, the tower, it had a window at the top. Some people claim that they could see someone standing in there at night sometimes. There were a couple of times when I swear something looked like it could be in the window before this whole incident happened. But I guess it could easily just be my mind playing tricks. I've left this apartment since 2018, after living in it for 3 years, but I'm still wondering and kind of creeped out thinking about it, even if nothing really bad happened there. It was just weird and disturbing, as it was rented by a student agency from the government, giving flats or rooms to students with poor parents. It was well aerated, carbon monoxide checked once a year. I was leaving home for uni, and the first semester was just fine. During the second semester, I sometimes felt watched. The first time I thought it was anxiety, or because my room was messy. I had skipped cleaning that week, and I've read that you don't sleep as well in a messy room, so I let it slide 1, 2, 3 times. I was always kind of messy, but not dirty, and I didn't experience that in any of the 8 homes I inhabited in all of my life, so I thought it was a bad room arrangement. One time it happened for 2 days in a row. I noticed that every time it happened, my room was messy, not cleaned. I usually clean 2 times a week, but I admit I'd gotten lazy and was often cleaning once a week. But bins were changed and dishes were done. It kept happening during the 3 years I lived there, feeling watched. Whatever the season, weather, lifestyle. If it was happening and I was not cleaning the room the next day, the next night I would feel watched. I'm not scared of the dark, nor mirrors, but I had a mirror facing the entry of the bathroom, and I was always afraid to see something in the mirror. One time, I begged to get some rest, and I promised I would clean the next day if it just stopped. But it kept happening, if not cleaning twice a week. At that point, you probably think that I would have been scared away into being a clean person, but each time life would, get in the way. The days after cleaning, life just kept happening. I was always busy, so I'd end up getting judged by nocturnal eyes. After a while, I just brushed it off. Even if I was still scared when it would happen, I was so uncomfortable that I would sleep with the light on. Something I've never done, even in early childhood. But I thought I was just self-ailmenting some kind of paranoia. A friend of mine had the same flat. We were neighbors, with the same furniture, same arrangement. And I always slept fine at her place. And I got a weird look when I told her what was happening to see if she was having the same issues. What really made me feel weird is that 3 different times I invited people over, clean apartment, and on 2 times, the first one during the first semester, the guest felt watched. One of these times I had 2 friends stay over for the night. They left, but later that month, after one of those nights, I told them about it, asking them not to make fun of me. They asked why I looked tired. Then they stared at each other and hesitantly told me, "Well, we didn't want to scare you, but after sleeping at your house, we both had a talk because I said that I felt watched that night and it creeped me out. And she said she felt the same. We didn't want to tell you because we didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable after being so nice to let us sleep in your flat. It was technically forbidden. Weirdly, on the 2 occasions, I never felt watched, only the guests. Recently, I told my mom about it, and she told me, it's like you had a soldier ghost in your flat. You know, soldiers are forced to be very organized, and if he did some time of service there, maybe he was mad at you for messing up his place, you know? She didn't know at the time that there was a small commemorative plaque saying that Marine troops stayed there during World War II. After some research today, I found out that the building was from 1930,
and classified as a historical monument. It's used as flats for students, and I knew it was old because of the plaque, but seeing the year was weird. So, I really don't know what to think about it. I knew 2 people there and was the only one having this kind of issue. I don't know if it's reminiscent energy from all the tenants that it had during the years, if it is the ghost or energy of one previous tenant, one who was particularly versed into cleaning and sticking to rules, or anything else. Overall, I remember it as a nice flat, and I miss it sometimes. But some other times, I still think about this, even if it's been 5 years since I moved out, and I get chills. What do you guys think? I also have to say that the apartment was kinda humid, old, had bad isolation old, but I knew 3 people in the exact same building, and they never got this, which is what I find weird. Honestly, I would like to think it was just really bad anxiety, if 3 other people didn't say they felt it while sleeping there. So, I really wonder if it was really something about the arrangement and everything. But then why only on certain occasions? Or if there is another rational or paranormal explanation. I investigate the paranormal, and I was contacted by a lady who swore her cat was possessed. I was incredibly skeptical but very curious. Apparently, the cat would suddenly start screaming and do this crazy slow-motion walk while tilting its head at weird angles. If she tried to approach it while this was happening, it would try to scratch her. After having one of these spells, it would hide but not relax. Its tail would swing wildly. It would growl for up to an hour. As strange as this sounded, I spoke to a colleague who's very sensitive to the paranormal, and she insisted we had to investigate. We got to the residence at 4:30 p.m., took a tour of the house before meeting the cat. It was a standard 3-bedroom, 2-bath, ranch-style home, and we found nothing creepy about it. The cat was cool, very affectionate, and really took to my colleague. They spent a couple of hours alone together while I took care of some paperwork and formalities with the lady. She invited us to investigate the home that night while she was out. She had a date and would work the night shift at the hospital right after. She left for her date at 7:30. We began our formal investigation. We moved from room to room, asking questions in hopes of catching an EVP or a knock in response, but there was no activity until 11:30, when the cat started screaming in the master bedroom. Upon entering the room, my partner stopped me and motioned for me to stay quiet, but it was hard with all the screaming. It made my hair stand on end. As we listened, a shadow began to form in the corner of the room, and there was a whisper coming from there. Our DVRs didn't pick it up, and we couldn't understand what it said, but the cat was irate. It was scared and ready to fight. Everything was exactly as the lady described. My partner very calmly told the shadow that it was scaring the cat, but she didn't think it was on purpose. Then, she promised that we would help it if it went into the next bedroom. We entered the smaller bedroom and sat on the bed quietly, waiting to see what happened. A few moments later, my partner grabbed me, pointed at the connected bathroom door. I clearly saw a featureless humanoid shape, but it was blacker than the surrounding darkness. My teammate and I worked together many times, and we had a routine for situations like this. I told the entity that everything was okay, that the cat was calm, and we wanted to help. It slowly moved through the doorway and slightly into the room. That's when we heard the word kitty through the DVR. I always use an earpiece when recording so I can hear what's being said in real time. I asked if it was trying to pet the kitty, and it stretched its arm towards the master bedroom. I asked if it wanted to hurt the kitty, and there was an almost immediate sigh or whimper. I repeated the question and stated that I needed an answer before we could help. A minute later, my partner sensed that it only wanted to pet the cat. She also sensed that this was the spirit of an adolescent male who may have had a developmental issue in life. While we spoke, the entity seemed to slightly sway back and forth, but he didn't go anywhere. He seemed like he was listening to our conversation. I explained that he had scared the cat, and if he wanted to pet it, he would have to make friends with it first. I suggested that he try just sitting still and speaking to the cat so it could learn that he didn't want to hurt it. Then the cat would eventually come to him. A moment later, the cat appeared in the hall doorway and calmly sat down. No one spoke or moved, including the spirit. Soon, the cat joined us on the bed. My partner and I began to pet it. As I looked from the cat back to the spirit, I noticed that it was gone, and we didn't experience anything else that night. 2 days later, my teammate called me, very excited. She'd researched the property and found that a young man with Down syndrome died when he fell out of a treehouse. We met the lady the following day, and I played her the recording of us talking to the spirit. When she heard me telling the spirit how to be friends with the cat, she began to cry. That morning, the cat was on the bed in the smaller bedroom, purring loudly, moving its head like someone was scratching it. Kind of a scary thing going on. My girlfriend, 25, of about 3 years now, who I met after she was in recovery, had just rebuilt her life when we met. We've had plenty of ups and downs, but we love each other. Anyway, when she was living with me, on 2 or 3 occasions, she had mentioned about a year or more ago that she was being followed by black SUVs. They were black GNC vans with tints. Fast forward to this morning, the same van was driving towards her, on her way to the train, and the driver rolled down the passenger window and says, "I'm so happy we finally found you, Miss," and then her last name. She kept walking and crossed the street where the van wouldn't be able to get next to her. She called me and was in tears after she ran to the train station once she was out of sight of the van. We're not sure what's going on here. She claims that her ex is a single male, raising multiple kids that aren't his. They're all girls under 17. He also sold drugs and knew big-time guys who trafficked drugs. She said this to me on WhatsApp after she got mad that I kept asking why anybody would be following her. She also claims that they've asked if she could move things across the border, which she claims she never did. She also snuck in the fact that the drugs sold by either her ex or his friends have killed people in the past. But that was 4 or 5 years ago. The only other thing that I could think of is she claims she was abducted by aliens as a kid, but that's kind of crazy to me, and I've always dismissed it in my head as bad dreams that she had as a child. But they wouldn't come back in an SUV if they wanted to talk to her. She's always very level-headed and honest about everything, and there's no reason she would make any of this up or lie to me. And she was in tears on the phone. She's leaving work at a weird time today to pick me up when my shift is over, which she would never do unless she felt unsafe, like she does now. My theory She moved into a new apartment and her address was changed on the registry within the last 3 or so months. It's a very upscale place as her job pays her very well and she holds a supervisor position. She also financed a nice car about a year ago. I think that maybe she dropped off the map and appeared at an expensive residence with a nice car, and now they're asking questions. I'm not sure what I would rather it be at this point. Nobody's going to pop out of a black-tinted van with good news. It's not like they're following her because she has an unclaimed lottery ticket or something. Any advice is appreciated, as this is kind of freaking me out, and I'm really trying to stay cool about the situation. I received a call from a couple who recently purchased a new home, and strange events were occurring in the barn. The original home was built in the 1840s, and the barn was added a few years later. The original house burned down in 1976, and a new one was built on the old foundation in 1981. Upon arriving, I noticed the property was impeccably kept. It was in a rural area and far from the road, but they still added a paved driveway. This was unusual for the area and indicated they were most likely not from around here. I was greeted at the door and invited in by a young couple in their mid-20s. The home was as well kept on the inside as it was on the outside. We chatted for a few moments, then they insisted that I see the barn. I got absolutely no feelings from inside of the house, so I followed them towards the back door. But there was a kiddie fence blocking the kitchen to prevent 4 miniature goats from escaping. This was a shock since I had judged them to be entirely different types of people. They said they had no choice but to keep the goats there because whatever was in the barn tried to kill them. They had lost 2 goats already, and the vet said that they were likely frightened to death. Approaching the barn, you could see that they had been in the process of fixing it up. A new fence was surrounding the front to create a small yard that was recently raked. The barn was an old tobacco-style barn that had been repurposed and painted. As we entered, the hair on our arms immediately stood up. I definitely sensed something there. I asked if there was a specific area where there seemed to be more activity, and was shown the milk room. The man said that everything started when he built the milking stall. I asked for some time to poke around solo, and they practically ran away. I walked around the milking room for about an hour, and that was a long time for such a small room. On the opposite side of the barn was a slightly larger room, with a concrete floor, new walls. It had electricity, a sink, and some cheese-making equipment. But that room felt sterile and uncomfortable, like an operating room. Nothing was lurking there. It wasn't until I got to the stables that I finally felt something. That part of the barn only had a dirt floor, and although it was raked clean, it didn't feel that way. I'm not a psychic, but I have learned to pay attention to my body and my impressions. All I wanted to do in that moment was rake it clean myself. Confused, I summoned the owner and asked if he had found anything in that area. He seemed slightly embarrassed as he explained that there had been a deep trench along the wall. Stacked at one end was something that resembled a pile of folded old leather. He asked me not to tell his wife, but he only covered it instead of removing it. He said it was too dirty to touch. I asked for a shovel. 5 minutes later, I had located the leather. Just like the man said, it was dried hard and much too dirty to touch. As I fought to unwrap it, I was struck with worry that it might make me sick. I felt nauseous as I handled it, but I finally got it to unfold, and I found a very old memo book inside. The writing was still perfectly legible. It was a journal, written by a Civil War soldier. As I scanned through it, I found the last page with writing about halfway through. It had blood on it, and the writer was leaving a message to his parents. He was sorry that he couldn't make it home. He had been shot, but his last wish was that he be returned home to Savannah so he could be buried by the stream. At the end, he signed the name Jonas. I refilled the hole and took the journal and the leather to the front of the house. I showed the couple the journal, suggested that we hold a small memorial service in the barn. They invited the only neighbors they knew, and we held the service by the place where the journal had been buried. The couple agreed to let me take the journal to the Savannah Historical Society, where I asked them to keep it on display, and they agreed. 3 weeks later, when I checked in with the couple, the goats were back in the barn, and there were no further issues. I know a ghost story. I don't remember everything perfectly, but I'll try my best. It's about this writer. I can't remember his name. This is a kind of urban legend, and the type you might hear sat around the campfire on a summer night. Anyway, this writer grew sick of the city and wanted to move elsewhere. He wanted to live a life deep in the mountains, so he had a small wooden lodge built and moved out into the middle of nowhere. There was no electricity, gas, plumbing, or even a phone. There was just a sunken fireplace. So, since the only heat source was a fireplace, the writer spoke with some people in the village at the foot of the mountain and found a married couple who sold charcoal on the side. He spoke with them and worked out a deal where he would get a delivery of charcoal once a week. He was living a good life out there in the mountains. He would plow fields, and when he felt like it, he would write. One peaceful night, he was woken from his sleep by a strange noise. It was a scratching kind of sound. What the hell was it? With bleary eyes, he went in search of the sound. From here on, I'll switch to the first person. There was a light. There was a fire still burning in the fireplace, and I could see, albeit it was dark. The lodge wasn't exactly big, so it was easy to see your surroundings. Something stood out. There was something in front of one of the walls. It was just a simple wall made out of logs and wooden boards. In front of that wall was the silhouette of a person. It was doing something I couldn't quite make out. It looked like a very thin and slim silhouette. It was barely visible in the darkness. It was definitely human-like, and definitely there. I could only see from the back, but judging from its movements and the direction it was facing, I guessed that it was scratching the wall. It made sense as I could hear that scratching sound. I just watched and its movement continued. I don't know why, but I didn't care all that much. I just kind of fell asleep. Perhaps that's because I was really tired. I don't know. I'm kind of a laid-back guy. When I woke up in the morning, I went about my usual routine and I almost didn't notice what was on the wall. Some messy, scribbled letters were scrawled on the wall. It was hard to make out what they were, but on closer inspection I realized they said, "Kill" and "Help." The color of the letters were pitch black, and I presumed that they were made with charcoal. I looked at the floor, and there was powdered charcoal down there. I was really interested in this. I wondered if the same phenomenon would happen again at night. When night fell, I made sure that there were gas lanterns lit in all four corners of the lodge, and that there were plenty of logs on the fire. If that shadow appeared again, I was ready to take a closer look. I pretended to be asleep in bed and waited. I don't know how long I waited, but eventually I heard that scratching sound. Unlike last night, the lodge was much brighter. However, that shadowy figure still looked like a completely dark silhouette.
I'd moved my bed that night, and this time, I was looking at the shadow from the side. It was definitely a humanoid shadow. It was writing on the wall again. I looked at the thing's hand, and I couldn't see any charcoal in its grasp. It was using its finger to write. The movement, I realized it stopped. It was like I had paused a scene in a movie. It didn't move a muscle. Its head slowly turned to face me. It was agonizing. I couldn't take it. I felt as if I was losing my mind. I couldn't turn away. I couldn't close my eyes. I was about to see its face. It didn't have a face. It was like there was a black hole there. It was entirely featureless. The stench of spoiled and burnt meat attacked my nose, and that was when I realized what it was. It wasn't a shadow. It was a burnt person. I must have passed out when I came to in the morning. There were more letters etched into the wooden walls which surrounded me. There was only one word this time, and that word was help. That was all I could stand in that lodge. I got dressed and ran for the village at the bottom of the mountain. I needed to be around people. It felt like it took the longest time to get back to civilization. I went into the only bar that they had and I ordered a drink. The bar master asked me about the lodge and if everything was okay. I told him my tale, and I expected him to laugh at me, but he didn't. It was here that I heard an unexpected and terrifying story. The couple I had bought the charcoal from had been arrested. They had a daughter, and unbeknownst to the town, they'd been punishing her physically. One day, it went too far, and the young high school student sadly passed away. Her parents burnt her in an attempt to hide the evidence. They threw her body in a kiln. The daughter's high school teacher was concerned by her absence at the school and had her own suspicions about her parents. The police got involved and discovered human remains in the kiln, and her parents were arrested. They confessed under police interrogation. I nearly threw up when something dawned on me. The charcoal that the couple had been delivering, it couldn't be, could it? The daughter's remains. I returned to the lodge after a few more drinks, and I collected all of the remaining pieces of what I was told was charcoal and took them to the local temple to mourn for her. This occurred when I was around 10 years old. I grew up in a small town, and I lived in a 3-bedroom, 1,500 square foot house with 6 people. This meant my sisters and I shared a small room. My grandma decided that she was tired of having no space in our room with the 3 single beds, and it was time to get a bunk bed. In this small town, I remember shopping for this bunk bed in this run-down store. It wasn't the typical furniture store. I almost believed that it was a second-hand shop or some type of discount store. By the time I was in my teens, this building was turned into a billiard game room. This place wasn't there long. The exciting day arrived. We put the bunk beds in the room, moved the dresser with a small black and white old TV and an Atari. These weren't new, but moved from another location in the house. This was the late 80s. Yes, we had an Atari, when everybody else had a Nintendo or a Super Nintendo. The Atari and TV were placed so that I could sit on the end of the single bed and use it as a chair while we played Atari. The space between the single bed and bunk bed was approximately 2 to 3 feet. This is when the paranormal activity in our room started to become frequent. I had opted to take the single bed since my sisters really wanted to sleep in a cool bunk bed. They have more stories than myself. Anyway, one night, I remember being in my room alone, playing on the Atari. My grandma and mom were talking to some family members that had stopped by, and my sisters were watching TV in the family room. Again, small house, small room. I know I was alone in the room.
Being alone and being alone with the Atari was something that didn't happen often. I was focused on my game when to the right, I could hear the bunk bed shake a little, like someone just grabbed it and shook it for a second. That had to be my imagination, right? A few seconds or more go by, and the thing shakes again. This time for a few seconds. I remember distinctively telling myself, "Don't be afraid. Don't look. Don't be afraid. It's nothing." Almost to a new high score, and if I die, I don't have to give anyone else a turn. Motivation to stay. A few more seconds go by as I keep playing my game. It shakes a third time, for what I remember being the same interval as the last. Again, I tell myself to be strong, don't be afraid. It's just your imagination. Don't even look. Well, with whatever was happening, I must have pissed it off with my lack of response or acknowledgement. The bunk bed began violently shaking with no stopping. I stood up and I ran, dropping the Atari paddle and hearing it swing into the dresser. I didn't get to beat my high score. My grandma and my mom didn't believe me. I was laughed at by the visiting family members. At least I didn't have to sleep in that bunk bed or go back into that room by myself. My sisters have some more scary stories, like an old man ghost standing on the end of the bed, climbing the ladder with glowing white hair. One was hearing glass shatter in the room and not being able to find the source. Quite a few more, but that was my personal scary story with it. We ended up having a house fire due to a malfunctioning AC unit 4 years later, and it destroyed that bed. After restoring the house and damages, my twin and I ended up moving back into that room with 2 single beds. The air in that room felt lighter and more free. Never had a haunting or paranormal experience in that room after that. Hence, we dubbed it the haunted bunk bed. I recently shared this story in a True Scary Stories Facebook group. I got a lot of feedback from people who lived in this area. It felt good to finally share my experience, so I'd like to leave it here as well. Well, shortly after posting, a woman contacted me to threaten myself and my family if I wrote about this man again. She believes he's innocent. It spooked me so much that I took my story down. I don't need weirdos like her in my life. I've since thought about this and decided to share my story again, but anonymously. It's my experience, and I'm not going to be frightened by some crazy bitch who dates child killers. So, here it is. I originally thought this incident happened in January of '84, but I now realize it was probably later in '83. I was 8 years old and lived in Aurora, Colorado, a suburb southeast of Denver. We lived in a brand new subdivision, and I loved it. Our ranch-style house was busy. I had 3 sisters, an older brother, a grandmother, and my mom living in our home. My 10-year-old sister and I shared a bedroom on the main floor. I loved this room. My twin bed was pushed against the wall that had the window facing our backyard, and at night, I liked pushing the curtains aside to look out. The window was elevated, but not so high that I couldn't easily see into the yard. My older sisters shared the room next to us, and my grandmother was in a large room across the small hallway. My mother stayed in a finished bedroom downstairs in the basement, and my brother had the rest of the basement. He was 16 at the time and had lots of friends that were always coming and going. I remember our house always being full of guests. We had a severe cold spell that week, so it was super icy outside. My sister and I had been playing in the backyard, which had not been enclosed with a fence. We had circular snow sleds that we would stand on and slide across the grass, and we left them strewn across the yard. That night, Something woke me out of a sound sleep, and I thought about going downstairs to sleep with my mother. I did this from time to time, and she and I were really close. Then I heard a noise outside my window. It sounded like someone was slowly walking through the snow in the backyard. I could hear frozen grass crunching under their feet. Then I heard someone say, "Shit," and something clinked. I moved my curtain aside and I looked out the window. I expected to see my brother or one of his friends. He often came home past curfew and snuck through the backyard into an open basement window. I remember thinking he shouldn't be doing this on a school night, and in the morning I planned to tell Mother that he woke me up. Only it wasn't my brother. I saw a young man, probably in his early 20s, that I didn't recognize. I made eye contact with him and then quickly scanned the rest of the yard for my brother. I didn't see him anywhere. I was going to move away from the window, but the man's eyes were glued on mine, and he started walking towards my gaze. I froze. I couldn't move. He came as close as he could to the glass. He smiled at me. It was an eerie smile. It was an, "Oh, look, you caught me doing something I shouldn't be doing," kind of smile. I remember he had crystal blue eyes, almost gray. Something about his expression was not right. Took me a few seconds to realize I was feeling fear. He was not a friend of my brother's, nor was he supposed to be in our yard at that time of night. I panicked, jumped out of bed, quickly ran downstairs to tell my mother. Once I got to the basement, I saw my brother was sound asleep. It scared me even more to know that the strange man was most likely not one of his friends. Mom calmed me down, came upstairs, turned on the outside light. She looked into the yard, but she didn't see anyone. She didn't make a big deal out of it, and I ended up spending the rest of the night with her, but I didn't sleep well. I wondered, why was the man in our yard? Where had he gone? I was also scared he might come back. I don't know the exact timeline, but it was roughly a few weeks later when a family was murdered by an intruder with a hammer and a knife in the middle of the night. The father, mother, and 7-year-old daughter were killed, and the 3-year-old daughter was left for dead, but miraculously survived. This crime sent our entire community over the edge. The police didn't seem to know who did this horrible thing or why. All we knew was that the hammer killer probably chose the house at random, came through an open garage door. No one in my family ever mentioned the man I saw again, but I asked my mother about it years later and she tensed up. The hammer killer. The case went cold. The community moved on, and I moved further south. I never forgot that man in my yard, though, and I always felt that he might have been the same man who murdered that family. As years went by, more information came out. They linked the murder to a vicious murderer and rapist of women in another community. Thanks to DNA, they also linked him to a savage attack on a couple and a flight attendant in Aurora. He was a serial predator and active in our community that whole time. Fast forward to 2019. I'm watching the news, and I can't believe it. They solved that murdered family's cold case from 1984, as well as the other attacks. They flashed the suspect's picture across the screen, and my heart stopped. It was him, the man I saw as a child. He frightened me so badly, his face is etched into my memory. I said something about it to my brother, but he just shrugged it off. I mentioned it to some friends, and they said it was creepy, but there was no way that I could have remembered something like that. I thought that they might be right, until later. The news also showed photos of the suspect when he was younger. That is exactly the man I saw. I know it. It's changed the way I think about things. It's changed the gratitude I feel for my life. What if he hadn't tripped on those sleds and somehow made it into our house? My sisters and I could have been the ones on the news. So about a month back, I posted my experiences walking in the evening, where I was harassed by a kid on a bicycle and ran into a lady wanting me to go get her formula for her baby. Thankfully, I had no problem with the lady. I haven't seen her since. The boy, though, I appear to have made quite an impression on him. After the initial incident, for context, he rode his bike in circles around me, popping on the sidewalk behind me in an attempt to rattle me, then shouted, "Yeah, you better run," when I finally crossed the street into a busy downtown. I didn't see anything of this kid or his absent friend for the better part of a month. Or rather, I don't remember seeing him. He might have been in that same parking lot, but never bothered me. Never occurred to me to pay attention to him. That changed 2 days ago. I was almost done with my evening walk, talking to somebody on the phone as I often do, just to give me something to do while I'm circling the neighborhood. I turned down a street that intersects near where I live, preparing to turn onto my street and go eat some dinner. It's then that I hear the sound coming up from behind me. Bicycle wheels. As I'm walking and talking, this kid, the same one as before, rides his bike up on me on the other side of the street and starts hurling insults, most of which I don't hear. The only one that I do consciously remember being able to decipher was a baffling, "Why are you on the phone?" "Because I've got a social life, guy. What business is it of yours?" As is my wont in those situations, I do my due diligence to ignore the child, assuming that engaging with him in any way is only going to lead to more harassment, as he realizes he's going to get a rise out of me. The kid keeps up this barrage of nonstop motor-mouthing unintelligible insults until he finally turns and starts pedaling back, either because he'd grown tired of trying to get a rise out of somebody that he couldn't, or because I'd crossed and was out of his hunting grounds. I went in, laughed it off, and didn't think much of it. He was annoying, but other than trying to ram me with his bicycle, he seemed harmless. He was just a kid who thought he owned the world because of his age. Again, seemed perfectly harmless. Yesterday goes by without incident, no sight of him, and I managed to walk in peace. Tonight, that almost all changed. I went on my normal walk as per usual, having to amend my path as I have sometimes to avoid large crowds of people and open tables on the road. I'm not the biggest people person in the whole wide world. Crowds of any size tend to unnerve me. I've circled back and started walking by the parking lot, the one that the kid with the bicycle is usually in. No bicycle this time. No, just a kid. I'm walking on the sidewalk, aware of this young teenager to my left, keeping an eye on him. I don't trust him. I don't know what he might do if provoked. Almost absently, my eyes wander to the sidewalk in front of me, just to make sure I'm not about to run into a tree or something. My heart drops to my shoes when I see it. The kid has a friend with him, a friend who's currently standing facing me on the far end of the sidewalk that I'm walking down. He's eyeing me, arms crossed. And though I'm not sure, I'm pretty certain he's got a bat in his hands. Momentarily, I consider just walking up to and slipping past this kid, just to see what he'll do. I can be stubborn at times, particularly if I feel like someone's trying to do something to me. Thankfully, logic and safety won out on this one. I quickly slipped off the sidewalk, still walking ahead, but through the grass, keeping an interspersed line of trees between me and the would-be assailants. The first boy, the one in the parking lot, starts walking the same way I am, adjacent to me, matching, step by step. I finally make my way past the boy with the bat, and then turn, going my normal route again. Glancing back, I see both boys eyeing me, watching me as I leave. I don't have any more incidents for the rest of my walk, but I keep my head on a swivel, just in case one of them decides to follow me, especially the one with the bat. So, kid on a bicycle, and your friend, who I hope to never meet again, let's not meet again, ever again. My name is Janelle, and I'm a 21-year-old French student from France, and the following events took place April 2021. Tired of waiting for true love, I decided to lose my virginity with my best friend. Afterwards, I found a fantastic boyfriend and we got along wonderfully for 3 months. Then, he threw me away for still being in love with his ex, and yes, I'm still upset about it. Fragile little thing that I am, I made my first suicide attempt, went to the ER, and then landed in a mental hospital. Even with treatment, I was depressed for a few months, and I had a strong penchant for alcohol. What better way to continue my cycle of self-destruction than with dating apps? A few weeks after being released from the hospital, I matched with new people and forgot all about my dear ex. I always met the men at home because that's what I did on my actual first dates, and I didn't know any better. One day, I matched with a guy we'll call Matthew. He wasn't very handsome, and he had a few extra pounds, but I'm not Beyonce either, so I agreed to meet. We laughed a little and shared common interests, especially smoking weed. I was already planning to smoke some joints before sex. He told me his address. I didn't know if it was real. He also mentioned where he used to work, but he'd just gotten fired. I didn't care if he had a job or not. I didn't want a life with him. I explained that I was recently released from a mental clinic, that I was still fragile and depressed. It was all to make him understand that he couldn't play with me, that I was looking for sex, but also conversation and hugs. I wasn't looking for a one-night stand. He assured me that's what he wanted too, that he was actually quite cuddly. I thought he was perfect. After only a couple of days of talking, we agreed on a mojito party at my house, and he brought some joints. Matthew arrived, and he looked even worse than his photos. He was dirty, he had greasy hair, and his shirt was stained. He was also dressed like a teenager despite being 26. In short, I was far from wetting my panties, but in desperate need of company. I asked him to make some drinks while I chose a movie, and he prepared 2 mojitos before joining me on the couch. We talked a little, and he wasn't particularly smart or very interesting, so I downed my drink, hoping to liven up the party. Thus began a 3-day blackout. According to our dear Matthew, we drank and smoked during the movie and then went to the bedroom. I vaguely remember being naked in bed and him looking down at me before turning to slam the door. My phone was dead, so my alarm clock wasn't ringing. After missing a work appointment, my friends grew worried and called my sister when they couldn't reach me, but her phone also went to voicemail. My friends came to my house, but still didn't get an answer, so they called the fire department. Firemen managed to open the main door, but not the door to my apartment. They knocked while calling my name, and I opened the door, wearing nothing but a blanket, staring at them with incomprehension. They concluded I was hungover, and my friends helped me get dressed. And that's when they noticed my body was covered with yellow betadine. I said that I burned my arm the previous day, but there were no signs of any burn, nor do I own betadine. They took my cat and I to one of their houses since I was practically catatonic. I had trouble speaking or even thinking. The next day, my sister picked me up and I stayed with her for a few days. Everyone was convinced I tried to kill myself. I started to complain about pain in my vulva and excess blood loss, so my sister drove me to the hospital. I explained that I may have had unprotected sex while unconscious, and they gave me an AIDS vaccine before taking samples from everywhere. I was advised to file a complaint and redirected to OB emergency care. The next morning, I finally regained consciousness, and my relatives immediately saw that I was a bit more coherent. I had more swabs done, and over the course of a week, I made a series of appointments for blood and urine samples. I also filed a complaint with testimony from my friends and sister. In the course of discussing it with others, especially medical staff and police, the term organ trafficking was mentioned more than once. They think that the guy chickened out at the last minute. Despite my complaint, a bed full of betadine, my underwear being torn off, and the blood on my doors, my attacker got away, and I'll never know what really happened or what he really wanted. I would like to point out that I used to drink and smoke in addition to my treatments, but I've never had a 3-day blackout. I'm pretty sure he put something in my drink. Anyway, it was nice to talk about it. Thank you. I used to have tons of paranormal experiences until I turned 18. Then they just stopped for nearly 20 years. 6 months ago, I started getting super interested in the paranormal again. I've been reading about other people's experiences here, listening to podcasts, and now things have started happening again. I believe the more attention you give the paranormal, even indirectly, the more energy they'll have to interact with you. I started dating my ex-wife in 2009, and we moved into her parents' old house in 2010, 2011. They always believed there to be a presence, but apart from a few silly teenage girl moments, no real experiences ever happened. When we moved in, we always sensed something not really malevolent, but powerful enough to make you uneasy. Even so, the first real experience didn't happen until a decade later, in 2020, after we separated and I moved out. In my new place, I occasionally feel a small presence, but I chalk it up to imagination or someone watching over me. Who knows what all's there that we can't see? We can only speculate. This brings us to 6 months ago, when I started reading people's stories each night before falling asleep. Now that I'm giving more attention to that world, it seems I'm beginning to feel the presence much stronger. Weird for sure, but I continue immersing myself. Then, in October, I had a new experience while in my basement converted bedroom. The stairs are ridiculously loud. You can always hear them over the TV or music, even if you're trying to be sneaky. One morning, at 6:18, I woke up, got dressed, and relaxed on the couch with my phone before I had to leave for work. My roommates were still asleep, and the house was dead silent. The couch was facing my open bedroom door, and I suddenly heard the loud, creaky stairs as something slowly walked down all 13 steps. There was no reason for anyone to come down there, but I thought a roommate might be trying to catch me before I left. I waited a couple of minutes, and there were no more sounds. But suddenly, the same loud steps marched back upstairs. Even more strange was that they fell silent at the top. The hall floor is also absurdly loud and creaky. You can always hear any time someone walks away. Until now, it just isn't possible. I even tested it with a roommate later that day. I asked each roommate if they were up at that time. but they each said no. I did everything in my power to explain it, but I can't. I also want to tell you about other instances involving my ex-wife. We're still friends, and she's currently living in our old house, but we're getting ready to sell it. She's moving to a new state with her boyfriend, and I'm returning to my home state. Since her roommates are moving out, and we have a few repairs to make before selling, I moved back in. Immediately, I felt the presence in that house stronger than ever before, probably because I'm still reading and listening to stories every night. Well, one evening, I was helping my ex-wife with a cleaning job at a church for a little extra cash. She hates going alone because she thinks it's haunted. There's a specific room where she always feels a presence, and it makes her extremely uneasy. A friend decided to tag along, and when we got there, they asked me to handle the room since I don't rattle easily. I tried to get in, but the door was locked. While waiting for my ex to come unlock it, I walked down the hall to run an extension cord. When I turned back, our friend was turning stark white. When questioned, he said the door to that room had slowly opened as I went past. Take that as you will, just a door coming unlatched or paranormal. But it was a heavy, solid door with a sturdy lock. Anyway, I tried recording some audio, but so far I've captured nothing. I'll keep trying when the opportunities arise. Oh, I also say, you're not allowed to follow us, attach yourself to us, or feed off of our energy every time we leave the church. I have one more experience I want to close this out with. It happened during the first week of December, when my wife left town. I was alone in the house for a couple of months. One day, a friend who is sensitive to spirits was visiting, and we began discussing the strong presence in the house. It felt significantly stronger since being alone. My friend said he'd felt something watching us from the kitchen all evening and nervously changed the subject. That night, I read some stories, plugged in my phone, turned off the lights, and laid down. But I was still very much awake when I felt something pat the bed next to my foot. It felt like someone took their open palm and firmly patted the mattress several times. I was definitely alone. There's no way it was a person. Calmly, I said, "Do not mess with me while I'm in bed. You're not allowed to feed off of my energy. Please respect my home and my boundaries." I tried not to freak out as I tucked the blanket under my body like a protective shield, and I tried to sleep. Since then, I don't read the stories every night. I should let things calm down until I'm not alone anymore. But here I am, typing this at midnight when I should be going to sleep. Still home alone. I guess we'll see if anything new happens. Although I've heard many stories from my uncle about his time as an EMT, this is the story that will stick with me until I die. About 6 years ago, my Uncle Vinny's paramedic crew responded to a call from a hotel in Philly. And it was one of the more horrific experiences he's had. The initial report stated that a maintenance man named Mike went to check on room 417 since water had been reported flooding into the hallway, and it was he who found the body. Mike informed 911 that there was a man in the in-suite bathroom who appeared to be deceased, and he was all but hyperventilating as he tried to make this report. Mike relayed that he saw the man and immediately backed out of the room, being careful not to drop his phone into the several inches of water on the floor. My uncle's 2-man paramedic team entered the room about 12 minutes later, and they almost gagged at the smell of feces and burning flesh. Vinny, who has a stomach of steel, had to press his hands to his mouth to keep from vomiting. The room was filled with steam, and the humidity was instantly making the men sweat profusely. Their grip on their equipment was slipping, and they knew they needed to extract the victim quickly. The naked man was floating in the hot tub, a maniacal grin plastered across his face. From the looks of the man, he'd been in the water for a while, since his bruised skin was starting to peel off of his body in long, squishy strips. Vinny held his breath and checked for vitals, while one of the other EMTs went to get a bag for the body. Even though my uncle saw corpses regularly, this method of death was a disturbing first for him, and something about the whole situation was unnerving. As Vinny placed his fingers on the man's wrist, expecting to feel nothing, he had to choke back a startled scream when the victim's hand shot out and grasped his arm. It wasn't a corpse. The John Doe didn't show any other signs of being responsive, but when the other EMT went to check the man's eyes for a dilation reaction, his pupils, they looked slitted, almost like those of a reptile. Vinny was weirded out, but dismissed it as a side effect of getting boiled alive, like a hard-boiled egg. As the men removed the victim from the hot tub, the man began to thrash, strips of flesh splattering on the EMTs. They tried to pin the man down to keep him from hurting himself, but he was shockingly strong. As the last bits of flesh dropped to the floor, Vinny saw that it wasn't skin underneath. It was more like scales. His partner must have noticed too, because both men began screaming, almost in unison. The thing began to growl, and my uncle's normal desire to figure out the problem turned into sheer fight or flight, with flight winning out. He ran from the hotel room, his teammate on his heels. They slammed the door behind them, and a moment later, they heard one of the windows shatter. The men had no idea how to explain to their boss what had just happened. But after some phone calls and a few men in black suits appearing, they were given a specific story to follow. They were told to say that a John Doe tried to drown himself, and that the mentally unhinged man climbed down the fire escape when his attempt failed. Vinny, who was paid extra well to keep his mouth shut, never did tell anyone about his story until he shared it with me the other day. I could tell he didn't want to, but I was the only one in the family that he thought would believe him. The only reason he even shared his ridiculous story is because he thinks something has been stalking him the last few weeks, and he's worried that the creature has returned. I thought he was crazy until I went to his house yesterday. I saw a trail of bipedal clawed footprints underneath his windowsill. So for quite some time, I've been planning on spending New Year's Eve in downtown Seattle with my family. Or at least I was. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do now exactly. I'm new-ish to the area, having just moved to Seattle from Olympia before Thanksgiving. The Space Needle is just a short drive from my new apartment. I thought it would be really fun to host family and watch the light show this year. I joined a group on Facebook to meet new people. This was back in November. The group was tight-knit and was meant for people that had similar interests. I actually met 3 really great people on there. One who's been planning to join my family this year at the Needle. However, of course there's a however, I also met some creeps, I guess. At least, I can only imagine that they found me through there. I started receiving direct messages from a guy that I didn't know, and to be frank, his profile looked pretty scammy. I wasn't exactly fooled, but I wasn't immediately scared, just annoyed at another scammer. But then I read the messages that followed, and I was a little bit more concerned. "Hey, Katie, can I talk to you?" "Katie, you're not ignoring me, are you?" "Okay, look, Katie, I have to tell you something. It's really important. Please don't ignore me, or I'll have to show you." Of course, I did ignore them, because I didn't know them. Nothing that any stranger could tell me is going to be that important to my life, right? Well, a couple of days later, I get this message. "Katie, I told you it was important, and you still didn't listen to me. Sorry, but I had to prove to you that I could help you. I'm sorry about that." So confused by this, I immediately copy and paste everything into a message. I forward it to my best friend in Olympia. She tells me she's going to do some digging on this guy and see what's up. Almost immediately, she tells me not to worry. This is a fake profile. Some quick Google image search thing that my friend does. It proves that his profile picture is taken from the internet. It's not even somebody else's profile. She says that I don't need to worry, that they're literally probably just trying to get me to respond. She says I should change my password, block the person, etc. So I do. And then I move on almost entirely because it feels like nothing. Until the following night. I'm getting ready for work, and I'm incredibly disturbed when I see a heart is drawn on my mirror in the fog. I can't even bring myself to leave the bathroom, fully aware I'm going to be late for work. My cell phone for sure is sitting on my bedside table or by the coffee maker. I truly didn't know in that moment, so I just waited and listened. After several minutes, I decide to make a run for my phone. I choose the bedroom as my destination. Luckily, it's where my phone is. The first thing I do is I call my dad. The second thing I do is I call the police per his instructions. I don't leave my room for over an hour. That's about how long it took for the police to show up. They didn't immediately find the previous messages I told them about troubling. They actually didn't even ask to see the messages. The one cop told me they likely weren't connected. Honestly, they didn't seem to believe me. Maybe one of the officers because she was a female, but the other was rather dismissive. I asked if they could check the whole place, and they did. As they did, I checked my computer, my Facebook. Sure enough, I had a new message from a new person that I'd never met. Another spammy-looking profile. Only this time it was just 2 messages. Katie. Followed by a single red heart. I showed the officers, and that's when they asked me to come down to the station, saying I could file a formal complaint. They recommended I bring my laptop. They could make copies of the messages, but also they could work to track where the messages were coming from. This all took place just before and right after Christmas. It's been one of the worst holidays to date. I was really looking forward to spending time with my family in the city. Now I'm just crippled with anxiety. Checking my phone every 5 seconds to see if the police have any information. Checking to see if I've gotten any more messages. I don't even want to go to work. Not alone anyway. Truly, it's awful. I hate this for anyone who's had to go through it. I know it seems extreme, but I've literally been worried someone's going to kill me. Currently, my older brother is staying with me, but even he can't stay forever. He'll be here until the landlord at least agrees to change my locks. There's no surveillance around here, so unfortunately they can't help with IDing anyone. So I just wait. As for New Year's Eve, I don't know. I may just go back to Olympia where I don't have a stalker. The Bothell Hell House. Poster fire. Spring 2014. Not that many poltergeist survivors can say they witnessed seeing a poltergeist flee the scene of a crime. By crime, I mean arson. But I can. One of the most horrifying events I faced while living in the Bothell home was the day the poster caught fire in my office. Recap. Tina and I had witnessed a lot of activity in the weeks leading up to the poster catching fire. I'm talking about bar stools being thrown. Our bedroom light was going on and off by itself in the middle of our sleeping. Loud bangs, loud footsteps, door slams. And yes, one Bible catching fire. All of that happened within a week of the story I'm about to tell. The advice given to us by friends and family was to smudge the house. The internet said the same thing. Smudging lessens the activity. Let me tell you, smudging never lessened the activity. Not in our house. It made it worse. This story is proof of that. The night before the poster caught fire, I asked Tina if she would feel comfortable smudging the house. Tina was an excellent person to do the smudging. She was more thorough than me. She could smudge every nook and cranny. And so she did. The next day we woke up and got ourselves ready for work. Nothing unusual about that morning, except the house was still smelling like burnt sage, which I thought was a good thing. Your house should smell like sage if you smudged the night before. I later found out that smudging before you go to bed can be dangerous, extremely dangerous. I compare smudging before going to bed to kicking open a fire ant bed before having a picnic. Tina and I got up that morning and did what we always do. We got ready for work. The feeling of being watched had lessened. 30-odd minutes later of us waking up, Tina walks up to me and kisses me goodbye. Now it's just me in the house. The only thing on my mind right now is beating Seattle traffic. I gotta get out of this house and get to work. A few minutes after I stepped into the shower, it happened. The devil arrived. Every fire alarm in the house starts going off. I'm standing in the doorway of the bathroom, half dried off, thinking, oh shit, it's happening. I knew right then that something was up. I didn't know what specifically, not yet anyway. Something is up though, and it's not good. I remember running through the master bedroom and reaching our bedroom doorway, and that's when I saw it. Well, felt it. I feel a large mass run right by me. I can't see what runs past me. I can only feel it. It was huge, taller than me, wider than me. All I could hear besides the fire alarms going off was this loud stomping sound. My eyes and ears turned toward the direction of the stomping noise and followed it downstairs. Suddenly, the front door of the house opens wide and is slammed shut. That is it. The door just opens wide on its own and slams shut. That's when my brain says, give chase, Keith, give chase. But I'm thinking, give chase to what? I still have not determined if someone was in the house. I haven't seen anything. The door just opened and closed on its own. What am I chasing? So I do what my brain says. I run down the stairs and I reach the front door. I should be able to get a good glimpse of the intruder as he's leaving the house. I throw my hand on the doorknob and nothing happens. The front door does not open. Correction, the front door does not budge, not even a centimeter. I must have fought with the doorknob for about 2 seconds before realizing that I had a fire to deal with. Smoke is billowing from my office upstairs. I run to my office and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. There's the fire. The wall behind my computer desk is on fire. The poster, specifically. How many seconds have transpired between the fire alarm going off and where I'm standing now? 30 seconds. The first thing I do to kill the fire is toss my damp towel over it. The fire did not put up a fight. It was gone. I turn and I run downstairs again. The house is filled with smoke. I get to the front door and I try to open the front door again. Nothing. The door will not budge. This is the same door I saw open less than a minute ago. The doorway felt like it had been welded shut. The fire alarms are still wailing in the background. I can taste the chemicals from my burnt poster in my mouth, the smell in my nostrils. And that's when it dawned on me. The house isn't the one that's under attack. I am. Think carefully, Keith. The next few decisions could be your last. What are you going to do? I was in shock at this stage because I remember the events vaguely at this point. Suddenly, I'm on the phone with the 911 operator. I'm screaming to her that my house is on fire. She's maintaining her level of professionalism, asking me in a calm voice. Every time I utter my address through the phone, enormous amounts of static breaks out. I'm talking about loud electrical interference. We go through this, I can't hear you. Routine for about 30 seconds. Finally, she gets my address, and in doing so, she lets me know the fire department is on their way. I hang up and call Tina. Thank God she answers. Tina could hear the fire alarm screaming through the phone. I blurt out for her to come back home, to come back to the house. The house is under attack. I hang up. The front door, for reasons I can't explain, finally opened. It opened within seconds of the fire department arriving. How ironic. The firemen dart inside, and at my urging, proceed up towards the office. They said I did a good job of putting the poster fire out. Tina runs into the house a minute after they arrived and grabs me. I was half naked and shaking like a leaf because all I could remember was Tina throwing blankets over me. I'm shivering and shaking like a wet puppy. I'm not afraid to admit that I was crying and quivering like a baby. You would have thought somebody doused me in a tub of ice water, cubes and all. That's how cold I was. The fire department never could determine what caused the fire. Tina and I knew, though. This is the second fire incident that we've experienced. Note, there will be 2 more fire incidents in that house in the coming weeks. When the fire department left, all Tina and I had now was each other. The demons who did this are still here. They're snickering at us. Whatever ran past me in the upstairs hallway had to have been some sort of ringleader. I'll always remember what it felt like when it ran past me, through me. Evil, diabolical evil. Neither one of us could think of a solution to our problem. The only thing left to do now is to contact the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church that, up to this point, has been ignoring us, giving us the runaround. It's the only logical thing to do now, right? Who else can help us? Tina and I looked at each other and we had reached the same conclusion. So, we're marching down to the local parish office, and we're not leaving until someone sees us. My father wasn't faithful. He was a man of faith, but hardly practiced what he preached. One night, he came home late from work, smelling like another poor sucker of a woman's perfume. Then, he had the nerve to lay his hands on my mom when she mentioned the pungent aroma that he'd brought in. He popped her in the eye, and it swelled up real fast. I ran at him, swinging with everything I had, trying to stop him from going after my mom, but he was a behemoth compared to my small stature at the time. Before I can get in striking distance, he turns and punches me in the stomach, instantly knocking the wind out of my entire body, crumbling me to the floor. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. My mom ran into the bedroom and got his hunting rifle from the closet. She didn't know a lot about guns, but knew enough to aim and shoot one. My mom also didn't have to worry about aiming it all that much, seeing as she fired from a near point-blank range, lining the barrel up right under the back snaps of his hat before pulling the trigger. Recoil kicked the rifle up and out of her hands, bouncing off the ceiling at the exact same time his hat did. We left his body in the living room until the next day. Early in the afternoon, my mom thinks, his work will be suspicious if he no-call no-shows. She calls his boss, fabricating a lie about a foodborne illness that her husband's come down with, explaining this is why he's been unaccounted for. His boss tells her that Jeremy, my dad, was let go back in August. They hang up, and I can't help but to question my mom about her poor choice in men. Jeremy was never a good father or husband, but for some reason, my mom had built a life and a family with this man over 10 years ago, before that night. Years of abuse, physical and mental, walking on eggshells every night, in fear something we'd do would set him off. We both felt a sense of morbid relief when the rifle's boom silenced his degrading tirade. My mom took the whole next day digging a hole in the outskirts of our property. It's where she buried my dad. I stayed at my grandma's house while she deep cleaned the living room and every item of clothing we wore that night. Jeremy's car was pushed deep into the lake off the interstate. My mom then walked the 12 miles back home in the dark. But even in death, his torment persisted. My mom would see his shadow standing in doorways or walking from room to room. I remember one morning when I walked into her room, she was sitting on the edge of her bed, staring at the door. Quickly, she asked me if I was just in her room, but I wasn't. Before walking in, I'd been in my room, sleeping. Sometimes she would wake up screaming, even crying out, usually something like no or stop. Often loud enough to wake me up 2 doors down. I couldn't believe that it was possible to be tormented even after death. You think the worst is over, that the bad is gone, until it's sharing some sort of realm with you, still. From time to time, I'd catch him in the corner of my eye, always with more detail than I would like. I'd spot his red flannel standing out against the other more gray spatial colors. Of course, it was his red flannel, accompanied by a radiating dark feeling of dread, walking on eggshells. Only I knew now that it was only a feeling. I hated it. I resented it. I resented the whole house, probably, my life in general, but I was too young to understand that. I would usually ignore him entirely. I wouldn't try to make eye contact or engage. I only talked to him once. I knew he'd been scaring my cat, Smithers. He liked to sleep between my mom's room and my room, which is why we keep the doors open. At night, my dad, he'd close the door, and he'd stand in my mom's doorway, a towering dark figure in the night. Smithers, horrified. For several days, I found him sleeping in the bathtub in the bathroom next to my room. So, I'd been really actually pissed off. Laying in bed, I shouted, not caring if my mom heard me or not. I yelled that I hated him, to leave me the fuck alone. I told him to stop scaring my cat, that he was a dead guy. He needed to move on. After that outburst, I felt pretty good. I was young, but proud of myself for swearing, for standing up to the guy, even if he was dead. From there on out, I spent my time avoiding his energy, focusing on mine. Whether I could or not, it doesn't really matter. I believed I could control my experiences. My mom, not so much. This happened for 2 months, until my mom couldn't take it anymore. She called the police to dig up the body. I then spent the rest of my adolescence up north with my aunt and uncle. I often wonder what happened to that property, and if his spirit, or whatever you call it, is still roaming. Of course, I can't personally bring myself to go back there. I mean, I escaped the guy twice now. I'm not going to risk it. This happened to me in the early 2010s, and admittedly did not happen on the Navajo reservation, but it did take place on another reservation nearby. One night, me and a friend were chilling at his house, playing games, and decided to go out for some late-night food. Being that it was past midnight, the only option was the 24-hour McDonald's. After getting our food, we decided to just cruise around the back roads for fun. The area that we were driving wasn't well known to us since we were driving on another tribe's land, but my friend had a general sense of where we were going. The road we were on led us out into the middle of nowhere. We finally stopped and pulled over on top of this big mesa where the road went down like in a snake pattern. As I said, it was nighttime, but you could still see a long way off in the distance from our little vantage point, including house lights in the distance where the road led. After getting out of the car, I walked closer to the edge of this overlook point, started howling and screaming to hear my echo. I did that for a few minutes before I walked to the very edge and looked down. I saw a light from a window just below me, close enough to where I could have thrown a stone and hit it. I distinctly remember the light looking like it was from a candle, with the flickering, but definitely wasn't dim like a candle would be. I also recall that the windowsill portion was made of stone. It looked like an adobe house. Since I was higher up and at an angle, I couldn't see inside the window. I couldn't make out what the house looked like in general. All I saw was a light coming from a window. At that point, I turned to my friend and said something like, "Dude, there's a house just right there." As I pointed to it, "We better get out of here before they call the cops on us for screaming." My friend looked over and saw the light from the window too. He laughed and agreed. We both got in his car and split. Nothing spooky or creepy even crossed my mind that night, just that I may have scared someone in their house with my screaming. A few weeks later, me and the same friend went cruising around again, but this time during the day. We visited the same area, pulled over to look at the view. I went back to the edge of the mesa, looked over, but to my surprise, there was nothing there. Not only was there no sign of the house, but a house couldn't have been built there in the first place. It was way too steep, rocky, just boulders, sand, and weeds. I relayed this info to my friend, and he looked over the edge too. That's when we were both like, what the fuck did we see that night then? My story ends years later when I meet and befriend a coworker who lived and grew up on the reservation where the mesa overlook was. We began trading scary stories. That guy has some crazy shit that he's experienced out there. And I told him about seeing the adobe house at night that wasn't there in the daytime. He laughed and said something like, "Dude, you saw the witch house." I asked him to explain, and he said that the area that I was in was known for being a spot that people stay away from at night. Apparently, these witches hang out there now and then, and there's a small adobe house on that cliffside, but it's very small. like something your average person would have to crawl into. He doesn't know much more than that, but says he knew plenty of stories of people seeing it lit up at night. So that's my true story about seeing a possible witch house. Just like how skinwalkers are Navajo witches, there's other similar witches for other tribes. I don't know the name given to that one that I saw, but it's a cool little story to have in my pocket. In my early 20s, I joined and helped start a motorcycle club here in the Southwest. Our get-togethers started out as weekend rides out to the canyons and out to eat at the casino buffets. As we started to establish ourselves as an actual MC, we began hanging out Thursday nights, and we started to hit up bars and nightclubs after a night ride around town. One of these clubs was known to have ladies' night, where a male dancer would come out and strip down to his underwear for about an hour. After, the dance floor would open up, and that's when we would go back in from the patio area outside. We got well known at that place. One night, as I'm walking out to the patio, sipping on my beer, this older lady pulls me to the side. She looks me up and down, and then she asks if we could sit and talk. I agreed, and we sat outside. She tells me she's friends with one of the girls that's hanging out with one of my boys from the MC. She began to tell me that I have this bright light that walks around with me, a huge angel taking care of me. She said she just had to talk to me. Since I walked into the club, my light made the rest fade into darkness. Out of nowhere, before I can reply to her comments about the light, she says, "Hey, can I read your hand? You see, I'm a witch, but not a bad one. I only do white magic. Why do you think your friend over there has gotten out of so many bad places?" While pointing to an MC member. So, homegirl over here was the side chick of one of the guys. But he'd had it on the low, so we didn't even know. This was the first time he invited her to the club, with all of us hanging out. Looking at her, and then to my beer, I sip the last of it, and I put it down. I give her my hand. Now, I can't recall everything she told me, but there were some things she mentioned that just stuck with me. She told me first that I would be in an accident before the year ended. 3 months. And yes, I got into a small motorcycle accident. The second thing that stuck with me was she saw my future kids and wife. "I see 2 girls and your wife. She has blonde-colored hair. It seems like you know her, or you've crossed paths with her when you were younger." Now, 12+ years later, I'm married to someone that went to my high school, which I don't remember her, but my best friend says that he does. We also have 2 girls. My wife hates this part of my story because she says she has black hair. But when I met her, she was blonde. She just colors her hair every year. The last part I remember of her reading was that I would die of old age. People get mad at me when I mention that, or I joke about it. And look, I've had my fair share of accidents, a couple of them being cars and trucks, and I've counted about 13 motorcycle accidents. People around me can't believe I still walk around. To anyone reading my story, have you ever had your palm read? Have any of the things that they mentioned actually happened?
Last night, or this morning, I get a call at 3 a.m. It's my friend, Daishi, and he's trying to FaceTime me. I probably would have ignored the call, but we never FaceTime each other, and usually when someone's calling that late into the night, it's most likely an emergency. So I was automatically a bit nervous at what I was going to see when I accepted the call. It connects, and his screen opens up. My picture in the corner of the screen works fine, but his feed is a black, glitchy mess, and the audio's equally garbled. What I do hear, through the sharp, choppy static, sounds like a woman screaming in Japanese. Then the call ends, disconnected from his side. When my screen goes back to the main menu of my phone, I open up my favorites and I call him back. The phone rings 2 or 3 times before Daishi answers. His voice sounded tired and groggy. I'm like, "Yo, what was that all about?" And he goes, "That's when I told him, 'No, dude, some girl just FaceTimed me from your phone, screaming.'" I could tell he was genuinely confused, so I started to tell him everything that happened when he interrupts me and asks me what time it is. I said it's 3:50. Hearing that, Daishi says, and quickly hangs up. This makes my stomach turn, and I debate whether or not I should try to call him again. I decided to wait, and I planned on following up later in the day. But I didn't have to, as Daishi ended up calling me a couple of hours ago. He was in good spirits, telling me that he'd had an important meeting at work this morning. My phone call woke him up just in time. Apparently, his cat had knocked his alarm clock into his water dish sometime into the night. I asked who FaceTimed me last night, and he said he still has no clue what I was talking about. His phone didn't have any missed calls. Now, it being late evening, I've had some time to ponder about this. I know Daishi's mother passed away last year. She'd been battling breast cancer since before we graduated college and before he got this job. She died right after graduation. I think her last goal was to see her son get his diploma. I also think that she may have been the one to call me last night so I'd wake up Daishi for his meeting. The hairs on my arms are literally standing up right now.
It was 1998, and my mom had just bought her first home, which, as a single mom, was a huge deal. It was a 4-bedroom, 1-bath, with a family room and pool. The house was big, had lots of room for my brother and I to play. We were 6 and 8. Ever since Mom was a child, she's been able to see demons. And because of her gift, the church used her to locate spirits. When I was 4, she said that I would see them too, but I don't remember. She just said that I would react to them. I do feel and hear them, though. When we moved into that house, I felt a tall, dark figure in front of my bedroom door. He never dared come in, but he walked around the kitchen, which was right outside of my room. I never closed my bedroom door because I always felt him there. Because of it, I had to sleep with a nightlight in order to feel safe. If the light went off, I'd become paralyzed. I'd sweat profusely until Mom brought a candle. Multiple times, I found the courage to demand he leave, and he did. On some occasions, I was able to sleep. A lot of weird things happened in that house, and Mom spoke to her pastor about it. When he came, he said that there was nothing that he could do because the spirits, they were using our home as a bridge between the spirit world and our neighbors, who were summoning them. So, we just had to learn to live with that. For some months, I felt calm, and for others, I stayed in my room with a feeling of pure dread. That dark figure was there every night, and he only left when I told him to. At 21, I got a new dog. She slept with me and made me feel even safer. When I felt the figure, she'd bark at the door. The first time that she did, I knew I wasn't crazy, that it was never in my head.
my dog, gave me extra courage to send him away, and he did leave. I slept better than I did as a child. My dog also barked at the same area during the day. At 22, I moved out and I had my first child. Though my mom was awesome enough to let us stay with her for 3 months while we adjusted to our new life as parents and learned from her. The first night, I slept in Mom's room with my son. My partner slept in my room, where there's just a sofa. The next morning, his eyes were filled with pure panic. A noise had awoken him in the night. In the room, the door was open. A tall, dark figure came closer and closer, but my partner wasn't able to move or speak. I always told him about the figure, but he always brushed it off as me being paranoid. Well, that day, he learned I wasn't lying. Years later, Mom sold the house to a lovely couple with a toddler and a baby on the way. But we heard that they sold it again. Now, it's being rented out, but no one wants it. I always ask my mom if it's because of the spirits. A lot more has happened in that house, but this was what happened to me. When talking about what happened, I refer to it as a ghost story or a haunting because it's the closest concept I can think of, but I'm open to any interpretation. This was way back in 2007 when I was 16. I grew up in a haunted house. It was the first Victorian plantation built in my small East Coast town. It was constructed during the Civil War, and sometimes strange things would occur. Despite being a skeptic, I always chalked it up to paranormal activity, though I do have a healthy respect for the possibility of reincarnation. It was 9:45 on a weeknight, and I was getting ready for bed. As an avid reader, my routine included relaxing with a book before going to sleep. My precious cat, who's currently 21, was lying on my shins, waiting for me to finish reading. Normally, I'd put the book down, turn off the light, and lay back. Then she would walk up on my body and lay on my chest. However, this time, the universe had a different plan. I was engrossed in my book and wide awake. I'm a lifelong insomniac, so I never fall asleep easily. I assure you what came next was no dream. I put my book down as usual and reached to turn off the light. Only this time, as I hit the switch and the room went dark, a body fell onto my bed. That's the only description for it. That's what both my cat and I experienced. The body had the heft and size of a small man, and it fell from thin air with an audible boom. It felt like a goddamn corpse materialized mid-plummet, just to fall onto my cat and I. And it fell from a fair height, too, judging by the force of impact. My cat instantly flew out of the room in a total flight of panic. Her reaction is how I knew it was a real event. I immediately turned the light back on, but nothing was there. Well, nothing except for an imprint, a body-sized divot in my down comforter, left behind as additional proof that it really had happened. I'm not crazy. I was completely sober and awake. My cat and my down comforter physically experienced what I experienced. Yet, in telling the story, it feels unbelievable. How could such a thing have happened? The logical part of my brain longs to find a neat solution for what happened that night, but logic doesn't explain it. In the years since this occurred, I've thought it over frequently, and in my heart, I believe that I experienced some poor soul's suicide.
Perhaps not a suicide in our dimension, or maybe not our timeline. I don't know. What I do know is that a body fell onto me in the middle of the night, and it had enough force that it must have come from somewhere. This leads me to believe that it was the impact felt from someone jumping to their death. Gives me the willies to imagine somewhere in the world, or in a world much like our own, that some poor soul jumped to his death, and I felt it. Other times, I imagine it was a suicide from the past, resonating with my own time. Maybe someone who had previously lived in my house. I often think this because men were a bit smaller back then. The fact that it was a man is as obvious to me as the weight of the impact. I could simply tell that it was a small man's body that struck me. I could be wrong, but in my gut, I believe it. How? I don't know. Only the complex, unknowable universe knows how it happened. In 1994, I was 24, and at the ER with a piece of glass lodged in my pinky finger. It had a pretty nasty infection. The doctor removed the glass, irrigated the wound, and sent me home with instructions to return if anything worsened. Home was a 30-minute drive, and within moments of arriving, I began to feel immense pain. I immediately went back to the hospital, but by then, the pain was completely unbearable. The veins in my right arm were purple. It felt like someone had used a spade bit to drill a hole in my hand before dousing it in gasoline and striking a match. I collapsed on the ER floor, and the next thing I knew, they were cutting the ring off of my swollen finger and preparing me for surgery. The doctor asked if I was willing to lose my hand to save my life, and I told him to do whatever was necessary. I later woke up in the ICU with a severe strep infection. I still had my hand, but they cut open my pinky, palm, and wrist to scrape the infection from my nerves and tendons. I stayed in the ICU for 2 weeks, but my blood counts weren't improving. One night, I had a dream, or a vision, if you will. I woke to a black shadow lifting and dropping the end of my bed, but it disappeared after startling me awake. Terrified, I rang the nurse's bell several times, but when there was no response, I got up to find the nurse's station. The hospital was different. The lights were off in my room, and the door was open. I walked down the dimly lit hallway, and it was nasty. Filth was dripping and oozing down the urine-colored walls. There were a few people roaming around, but they were dead. Slowly shuffling about in their hospital gowns with their IV stands, I ran back to my room and jumped into bed. The black shadow returned, and I realized he was neither death or a demon. He didn't have detailed facial or body features, just a black humanoid body surrounded by an aura of darkness. Without making a sound, he violently repeated, lifting the end of the heavy hospital bed and slamming it down, shaking it side to side. Finally, with as much authority as possible, I yelled, "In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to go." The room momentarily went black, and there was a sudden bam. A bright white electricity shattered the void to envelop the demon with a crackling vehemence. The creature reacted, as if it were being fried by 20,000 volts of pure electricity, and just like that, it was gone. I woke to the welcoming sight of bright lights, a sanitized room, and beeping monitors. When I rang the nurse's bell, they came immediately and checked everything out. The next morning, the doctor said my blood work was great, with a normal white cell count. which, don't forget, there had been 14 days of no improvement before that. I was released the following day, and I went through vigorous physical therapy to regain full use of my hand. It took 28 years to write this experience, so I'm sharing it here with you. Hi, everybody. I'm writing to share some experiences I believe to be paranormal. It's also important to note that what I say here is only my testimony. I don't have any physical evidence, and you're free to believe it or not. Everything happened in the house I've lived in since age 4, and my grandparents' house, which is like a second home since they're just 5 minutes away. I spent most of my time with them when I was younger. My house was built on an ancient vine culture, but I don't have any more information about the land. My grandparents don't know anything about the past of their house or land. My first experiences began at age 9. Before, I never had any disturbing experiences outside of night terrors, but nothing abnormal. I grew up in a Catholic family, so I was never taught that spirits existed. To me, ghosts were cartoon figures, draped in white sheets with holes cut out for the eyes. I didn't understand that human souls could stay on Earth. Mom's always said good souls go to heaven and bad souls go to hell. I never questioned it. I wasn't even interested. Honestly, I was just a kid with other interests. Mom never believed in the paranormal anyway, and Dad was even more skeptical. We had 4 bedrooms in our house. 3 were on the first floor, and the guest bedroom on the second floor was basically used as an attic. The downstairs bedrooms were mine, my brother's, and my parents'. But then, Mom learned she was pregnant again. As the oldest, I had to move upstairs. The room was large, with a private bathroom, but back then, I still didn't like it. I couldn't sleep for the first 2 years. It always felt like there was something heavy in the atmosphere, something watching me. Sometimes, I get very cold in the middle of summer, and it's hot where I live. Until age 11, I spent all of my time in the living room, or my little sister's room. Then, I finally found the courage to move back into my bedroom, but things got worse. It was only noise at first. Every night, when Dad turned off the TV, I heard noises from the living room. The light switch turned on and off. It's loud when used. Dad's gaming chair rolled around, and someone ran barefoot on the hard floor, like kids running around. There were also other strange noises, as if someone would sweep for hours. One evening, someone went up the stairs very fast. It was so clear in the beginning, I thought it was my brother, but when I checked, no one was there. Sometimes, while in bed, I'd feel someone's touch or breath, or sometimes there was a heavy weight on the bed. I was terrified and cried in terror when I felt the hot breath on my face. A lot of things started disappearing too. Some of mine and my sister's clothes, a karaoke mic, Mom's lace shoes, a file with our car papers. And everyone knew it wasn't a joke. The car was being sold. We understood the importance of papers, and our family isn't big on jokes. Mom isn't a believer in the paranormal, but even she admitted to weird noises and doors randomly opening. She once saw my brother running through the garden and called to him from a window, but when he answered, the voice didn't come from outside. It came from his bedroom, and nobody was in the garden. Sometimes There were strange noises on the roof as well, like people with heavy footsteps were running. Now, she also hears loud footsteps coming from my room at 4 a.m. while I'm still sleeping. Maybe I'm sleepwalking, but I don't move furniture or make things fall while I'm asleep. I would notice that things were different the following morning. The first big event happened at my house when I was 14. It was during Eastern holidays, so my siblings were gone for a week, and I was left alone with my parents. It was a sunny afternoon, and Dad was working in the garden while I read a book with Mom on the opposite side. At 4, I went inside via a living room window. Some of the windows were easily used as doors, and I made a peanut butter sandwich. Directly across from where I entered was another window looking out to where my dad worked, and on the left, the kitchen. I went to the kitchen, and when almost finished eating, I heard the garden window open. Mom was going outside, probably to talk with Dad, but I wasn't paying attention. I just closed the peanut butter and went back to my seat. But suddenly, Mom was there, reading a book. How could she have been there when she was on the other side of the garden 10 seconds prior? If she'd passed by the living room again, it would have put her behind me. She would have had to circle the house to enter from the opposite direction to be in front of me. A few years ago, Mom had an accident, and the ligaments in her ankle were badly damaged. She still can't walk really fast. I asked what she was doing, but she seemed confused, responding that she hadn't gone anywhere, and that she had no reason to lie. We ran a test with my brother. If she was by the kitchen window, she would have had to run, but she physically can't. I just don't understand what I saw that day, and it's terrifying. It's also important to note that Dad's friend was trying to sleep upstairs. This was before I moved into that guest room. He later said he couldn't sleep because it felt really bad in there, like he was being watched. And he isn't the type to believe in spirits. He's actually an engineer and a skeptic. A few months ago, we adopted a very calm, very sweet Shih Tzu puppy. He never barks, and he quickly became comfortable in his new home. One day, I wanted to take him upstairs with me since Mom wasn't home, but he got upset the moment we entered my room. He kept looking around and barking, but they weren't aggressive barks. They were frightened barks. He started scratching at the door like he wanted out, but he'd never done that before. He was squealing in terror and only calmed down after we left my room. The next incident happened at my grandparents' house. They have an extra bedroom that used to be my mom's, but she never experienced anything strange in it. I, on the other hand, never could stay in that room. Sometimes, while playing hide and seek, I would hide behind an old table, and it always left me feeling nauseous and cold, even in the summer. Once, while Grandma was sick, I tried to clean that room with a friend, but we couldn't do it. Within 30 minutes, my friend was feeling uneasy. Her head began hurting just a few seconds after I became nauseous. While cleaning, the sponge magically disappeared and reappeared in plain sight 5 minutes later. 2 years ago, when I was 17, I stayed at my grandparents' house for Christmas. But some of the radiators were broken, including the one in my room. That meant I had to sleep in my mom's old room, and I tried reassuring myself I could manage for a single weekend. At 10 p.m., I went to bed planning to read and chat with friends. The ambiance was nice even though the room was freezing. I eventually turned off the lights and went to sleep. but it was the most terrifying moment of my life. I heard scratching noises from inside the walls, and I felt a weight on my bed. During some moments, it even felt like something was lying beside me. And when I finally passed out from sheer exhaustion, I had the strangest dream ever. I was in a room that looked like a little public swimming pool, but there was only one small pool. There was a balcony with bright green plants, small candles, and an old lady lying on a white mat. She was very pale, with long white hair, blue eyes. She was wearing a white nightgown. She wasn't scary, but it felt very strange. The woman called me closer with a sweet voice and took me into her arms. Then she began to cry, saying she was happy to see me, but she had cancer and would die very soon. That's when I woke up. I was crying, but the bedroom was warm, just like in my dream. I felt extremely sad, and even now, I feel sadness. But there's also an intense sweetness. I don't know who this woman is. I've never met her. Well, that's everything. I know this was long, but there was a lot to share, and there's still so much that hasn't been said. If you have any answers or theories, it'd honestly be great to hear. It's truly terrifying to live here. Thanks for listening. I wish you all the best. I've been reading a lot of strange stories, so I thought this would be a good place for mine. It happened over 30 years ago, but I remember it like it was yesterday. Every summer, I spent June and July serving hard labor on Grandpa's farm, and if I never have to see another live pig, I'll die happy. I hated it there, but my opinion didn't count for much. In fact, it didn't count for fuck at all. But the point is, I was there. Grandpa needed help, and I was the only one too young to say no. It's true what they say about farming. You really do gotta wake up at 5 a.m. every goddamn day. My chore list got a little bit longer with each trip, so the summer before senior year was especially brutal. But knowing it was my last infused me with just enough strength to persevere. Admittedly, persevere is a strong word, a strong, inaccurate word, but I survived, and I never served time in a psych ward. That, my friends, is called winning. Collectively, I spent a grand total of 20 months on that farm, and at least triple that just thinking about it. In all that time, I never experienced anything unusual until the final summer. Luckily, this actually has nothing to do with farming, only my grandpa's house, but more specifically, his basement. It was the morning of June 11th, and I was coming downstairs to breakfast when the old man's shrill curses reached my ears. I almost turned around, but that would only make things worse. Grandpa was one of those hard asses who wanted you to look at him cross so that he could beat you senseless. That's how he got his jollies. But this time, he was really mad. I could practically hear his face turning red as spit flew, and I knew that one vein would be predominant on his forehead. When I entered the kitchen, the basement door stood open, and Grandpa was at max volume downstairs. But I could also hear another sound, the sound of running water. I rushed halfway down the stairs before coming to a sudden stop. The room was flooding from a busted pipe, and the water was already 3 to 4 inches above Grandpa's ankles. I called out, but he didn't even look at me before finding the main shutoff valve. With the floodgates finally closed, Grandpa took notice of me, but he still had that look. So I quickly averted my gaze lest he interpret it as a challenge.
Thankfully, he had bigger concerns at the moment, and I returned to being invisible. Once he was safely back up the stairs, I rolled up my pants and dove in. A ton of stuff was getting ruined. Random junk was floating by the steps, and dozens of boxes were half submerged. If I didn't fish them out, I would be the only one to blame later. I began placing boxes onto higher shelves as I circled the room, but in the corner, opposite the stairs, I froze at the sound of a large splash behind me. Grandpa didn't have any pets, and there's no way he returned to help. My head snapped to the sound's direction, but nothing was there. Just the same, almost calm, water surface. After several minutes of total silence, I tried to resume my duties, and I think that's what something was waiting for. The moment I bent over, something brushed past my leg. I imagine it's exactly what it would feel like if I were standing in a pool and someone swam by, except the water obviously wasn't deep enough for that to actually happen. I screamed like a girl, but Grandpa didn't return. I thought he simply hadn't heard me, but I made a break for the stairs and he was finishing his breakfast in the kitchen. He didn't seem the least bit fazed by my outburst. He didn't even acknowledge me. All he did was mutter about expensive repairs and today's pansy youth. I was too shaken up to put much thought into his exact words, but I wish I had. After a hot meal and a moment to calm down, I felt fairly foolish for panicking. With a renewed sense of false courage, I returned to the flooded basement and resumed my place in the far corner. Everything was fine. I felt ridiculous for having worried, but only for a few seconds. As I bent down to pick up the last box, a cold, bone-thin hand clamped around my ankle in a steel-tight grip. My mouth opened wide, but no scream emerged, only a soft, dry croak. I wanted to pull my leg free to run, but I was paralyzed, and the grip on my ankle grew tighter. I expected my bone to snap at any moment. Desperate, I dared to look down into the murky water, and though I can never be sure if what I saw was real or merely my own warped reflection, there was a ghastly, white, pallid face staring back at me. The eye sockets were black and hollow, the cheeks were drawn, and its mouth was frozen in a silent scream. Maybe I went into shock, or maybe I had a panic attack. Either way, I couldn't breathe. It felt like my lungs were filling with water, and I couldn't get air. I couldn't choke. I couldn't fight back. I was completely helpless, and I have no clue how long I stayed that way. I only know that eventually, Grandpa was there, holding my head above water, shaking me like a crying newborn. I wasn't standing anymore. I was lying in the water, and the old man looked every bit as terrified as I felt. We didn't speak about what happened. He helped me upstairs. We called some plumbers, and they had the basement empty by that evening. Now, if nothing else had happened, I would think that I had a fit of temporary insanity or something and move on, but not with how things turned out. Grandpa's pipes were so old that they all needed to be replaced. To do that, a lot of the walls had to be ripped open, including one of the basements. There was a body in that bitch. The police were never able to identify the remains, but it was a male, and the top half of the skull was missing. I've just never really been able to process the whole thing. Sometimes I wonder if Grandpa killed that man. He fought the plumbers every step of the way. The police talked to him for a really long time, too. They didn't leave him alone until he got a lawyer. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything, does it? The old man died about 15 years ago,
and on his deathbed, I asked him if he did it, but his mind was too far gone to answer. I guess it's one of those things I'll never know, but it feels much better to share my story with people who will believe it. Thanks for that. When I was around 4 or 5, I lived with my mom in the Philippines. Back then, it was always a fun pastime to share stories about hauntings with my cousins and friends, but I personally never had one at that point. That all changed one night. As a kid, I had very vivid nightmares that I considered to be extreme for a child like myself to handle. Because of these dreams, I have a habit of waking up in the middle of the night and being afraid to go back to sleep. Unusually, I woke up abruptly one night, but I don't remember having a nightmare that time. Then I had this sense that I should look behind me, like when one's watching a scary video and you feel the need to check your surroundings. Before I did, I looked at my mom, who was in a deep sleep next to me. After doing so, I looked behind me to my pillow, and to my utter dismay, there was a man lying down on my pillow as I sat up. I'll try my best to recall what I saw in detail, seeing as it was about 14 years ago now. The man's face had a weird look to it. His skin was painted with what I could only describe as camouflage, like the ones that soldiers used on themselves. I got only a brief glimpse, but he looked like he was resting, both eyes closed. He made no interactions with me, nor did I attempt to interact with him. I quickly turned back to look away from what I just saw, and I began to mumble prayers to myself. I began to break down, and that's as far as I can remember. I don't remember if I got sleep that night or what I did after. I believe about a year before that experience, my grandfather from my dad's side of the family had passed away. I didn't know much about him, aside from small calls I got from him and my dad. Interestingly enough, when I brought this story up to my grandmother years later, after moving to California, she said that it might have been him paying a visit. She told me that he was a veteran. He served in World War II. I hadn't known about this prior to her mentioning it, and in retrospect, I guess the camouflage thing makes more sense now. It was a really weird experience because it was the only time I could say that I've seen a ghost. My grandfather's, to be exact. Ironically, I don't have a strong feeling towards ghostly presences anymore since my move to California. It's almost like I don't believe in them anymore. But that one experience was so vivid and traumatizing in a way that it always reminds me to believe that there are more than we know out there. My family home was built in the 1960s by my grandparents, and I believe it's been haunted by several different paranormal entities. My parents and I slept on the second floor, while my sister and grandparents slept on the first. Their experiences I'm going to share began 15 years ago. My older sister was the first one to be noticeably affected. She suddenly began having sleep paralysis all the time. I know that isn't scientifically related to the paranormal, but my country's folklore relates them to a specific entity known as a dark man, for lack of a better translation. Some might call it a sleep paralysis demon, and it's often thought of as an evil, mischievous spirit. At first, we thought nothing of my sister's experiences, but then they became so frequent that it began to worry us all. Soon, more things started happening. She would wake up in the middle of the night to feel something invisible pulling her hair. She would freak out and call for Grandma, who always came running with a bottle of holy water. After spraying it around the room, they prayed together. On a different occasion, whatever was playing with her hair also breathed on her face, which freaked her out even more. Once, my mom, my sister, and I were watching TV when my sister suddenly shifted into a state of sleep paralysis while fully awake. It took a few seconds for Mom and I to realize what was happening. She was shaking, with her eyes open, struggling to make a sound. When she finally woke up, she let out a blood-curdling scream, crying and yelling, "It got me! Why didn't you help?" She was visibly shaken and pale. Grandma arrived with her usual remedy, and even my father walked out of the bedroom, totally freaked out by her screams. Grandma remembered that if someone needed protection from the dark man, a piece of their family's clothing had to be placed on them, like a shield. So, we tied Dad's belt around her wrist, and she went to sleep in my room. Still frightened, she asked me to get her a glass of water. I did, and as I approached my door on the way back, the plastic cup of water practically exploded in my hand. Splitting on all sides, water was bursting out of my hand. Mom immediately came over. Everyone had seen, and they were shocked, speechless. At first, Dad thought I had just dropped the cup, but it was torn in perfectly straight lines, all the way around, almost as if someone had cut it with a scalpel. Needless to say, no one slept much that night. After that, my mother and I began experiencing sleep paralysis. She only had it a couple of times, but I still have them to this day. Nightly noises also started to occur. It was different from house settling. This sounds like moving chairs, clinking dishware. It mainly happened on the second floor, especially when we weren't home. Grandma once searched the second floor for a burglar when she heard someone open my parents' wardrobe, but no one was there. These incidents prompted my sister to visit our local priest. After explaining the situation, the priest concluded that a lost spirit was inhabiting our home and reaching out to my sister, wanting to be known. My sister was relieved to know that the spirit meant no harm. She even named it Samuel. Now, it was time to figure out what the hell Samuel actually was. The first theory concerns my grandma as a little girl. On her way home from school, she would pass through a cemetery. One day, she saw pretty flowers on a grave and brought them home without telling anyone. That very night, she woke up to an invisible force grabbing her leg and trying to drag her out of bed. She knew it was something that wanted its flowers back. She woke her parents up, and her mother said the same thing. They returned the flowers the next morning, and she never took anything from a graveyard ever again. But it's possible the entity remained attached to her all this time. The second theory, we thought Samuel might be Grandma's father, who I never met. Before he died, he told Grandma, "If you hear something in the attic when I'm gone, know that it's me." Coincidentally, the attic eventually became the second floor of the house, where most of the incidents happened. It's also worth noting that my sister and I shared my room before she moved downstairs, so it might be connected somehow. Other incidents soon followed. Mom once felt a strong force press on her upper body when she was almost asleep. She asked Dad to move his arm, thinking it was him, but after she got no response, she complained that it was hard to breathe. Eventually, she cried out and yelled for him to stop. That's when she finally realized he was facing away from her. He woke up confused as to why she was screaming. This one still frightens me to this day. One night, I was up very late, playing PlayStation 2, and when I finally did go to bed, I forgot to turn off the console while my LED joystick was plugged in. I woke up in the middle of the night, and the TV was off, but the joystick was glowing. I couldn't stand sleeping in the dark with everything that was going on. I looked at the console, and suddenly, the goddamn joystick unplugged itself, instantly plunging the room into total darkness and panic. I ran to the light switch and left it on for the rest of the night. Not long after, I was watching some late-night TV in the living room. The stairs are also in the living room. In total darkness, I heard footsteps going up the stairs and called out to my sister, thinking it was her, but there was no response. Then I realized there was no way my sister would go up the stairs without turning on the light. She's almost 30 now, and she still sleeps with a light on. I sat up, listening to each footstep as it drew closer to the top of the stairs. Finally, I heard someone step on the metal floor strip at the top of the stairs. I ran to my parents' bedroom, frantically screaming. I slept in their room for the rest of the night. The most bizarre thing happened in broad daylight, and it's truly unexplainable. My grandparents, sister, and I were all heading next door to my aunt's house for the afternoon. My grandparents went before us since I was still doing something, and my sister was in the bathroom. It was a thing in our family that the last person to leave the house locks it up before going. I was ready to leave before my sister, and she said that she wouldn't be far behind. She tried to come out, maybe a minute later, but the goddamn house was locked from the inside. No one else was home, and I didn't do it either. She ran out and told me what happened. We checked the locks, tried to recreate the situation, but it was impossible. The key had to be turned 6 times for the door to be locked. This was the last major thing from the beginning of our time in that house. It was followed by mostly noises, which we eventually learned to live with. My sister accepted Samuel, and no more incidents happened for a long time. At first, we didn't say a word of this to anyone outside of family and friends. But after some time had passed, I told my classmates about it, and 2 of them stayed overnight at my birthday party. My sister knew they only wanted to see something firsthand, so she tried to prank us by knocking on my door late at night. My friends were scared shitless, so my sister told them that it was just a joke. But a couple of hours later, my friend woke me up to say that something was knocking again. I opened the door, but nobody was there this time. My friend kept asking what the hell happened, but I didn't have an answer. Needless to say, he never slept over again. Well, that's really it. After we accepted things for how they were, the activity calmed down for a couple of years, and the noises became less frequent. A few years ago, some other things started happening, but let's just say they were different, and we'll leave those for another post. I'll preface this by saying that I've had many paranormal encounters since I was young, and many were also witnessed by the people I was living with or confirmed by neighbors. We had fallen on some tough times financially, and the only real affordable housing where my son could remain at his school that he loved were some really old apartments. The complex was built in the 1950s and was run down. It was a 2x2 split floor plan. My husband and I took the master bedroom with the bathroom inside, separate room though. The bedroom was always freezing. I could never stay warm in there, even though it's Texas and being from Wisconsin, I know what real cold is. The other rooms in the apartment were normal temperature. I never felt comfortable being alone in the apartment, mostly because I never felt alone. The living room wall with the TV on it was also our bedroom wall and the door. We always kept the bedroom door shut. I was in the living room watching TV alone, the spot I always sat in. I swear I could hear and see the bedroom doorknob rattle, like a gust of wind had been blown at it. Our AC unit was at the other end of the apartment, and there's just no vents or windows anywhere near the bedroom door. There was a coat closet door adjacent to the bedroom door in the entryway, and it never did the same thing. Just the bedroom doorknob would rattle. We lived on the second floor of the 2-story complex, so no one was above us. The people below us were incredibly quiet people. I never once heard them at all, yet alone slamming doors or windows that could have affected us. I was again sitting on the couch facing the bedroom door, reading. This time, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a human-sized black shadow. It crossed from my entryway, past the coat closet door, and right through the bedroom door, rattling the doorknob. I took my glasses off and tried to refocus, thinking there must be a smear or something on the glasses. There was nothing. I got up and went into the bedroom, and there was nothing. About a week later, the same thing happened, but this time, the shadow was only 2 or 3 feet high. Same path from the entryway, coat closet, right through the bedroom door, with the handle rattling again. Got up, went into the bedroom, and nothing was there. A few days later, I caught it again out of the corner of my eye. But it was just standing there, full-sized in the entryway, like it had been watching me. I only caught a glimpse this time before it disappeared, and this time I saw purple in its face, like purple eyes, although it could have been a scarf, a hat. I wasn't usually ever alone in the evenings, but my husband and son were both gone one night. I was watching TV in the living room, and I felt really anxious, like I wasn't alone. The bedroom door handle started rattling, along with the door shaking a little this time. I started getting pretty freaked out. I knew I needed to go check things out. I got up enough courage knowing that I had to go into the bedroom, and that the light switches are in the room, not next to the door. I needed to use the bathroom, which took going into the dark room to get the lights turned on. I took some deep breaths and opened the bedroom door. And as I went straight to the bathroom door in the dark, opened it up, I reached around to the left to flip on the light switch. What I felt instead in the dark was my hand go through some wet substance. I can only compare to jello-ish or hair gel-like. I was shocked, flipped on the light, went to grab a hand towel off the rack, fully expecting my whole hand to be soaked in something. It was dry. There was nothing different about the bedroom or the bathroom. Yet again, and the sensation of the gel stuff on my hand was gone. My middle daughter was over a few weeks later, sitting at my vanity in our bedroom, which was next to the bedroom door. I told her of my experiences and others. She's sensitive too to energies. I was getting dressed. She was putting on makeup. We were going out. She said, "Mom, the shadow just walked through the door, past me, and into the bathroom. It looked like an old woman." She was the only one who had ever seen it besides me. We actually ended up swapping bedrooms, so my son could have the larger master bedroom for friends to come over and play video games. After we switched bedrooms, I never saw the shadow again, and the other bedroom was always reasonably warm. To this day, I'm not sure what I put my hand into that night. I have an idea, but without proof, and being alone that night, they're only ideas. We moved a few months later. I've never seen the black shadow again. Almost 10 years ago, my family took a vacation to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the Big Island. The hotel we stayed at was a nice one. It was a Sheraton hotel, but I know there was another name before it, like Kona or King. But I don't remember anyone telling me or anyone recalling it being haunted or not. Either way, we were there for about 5 days total. On day 3, or night 3, something happened that made the next 2 days a bit different, to say the least. Sleeping got harder and became something I tried in the afternoons. Even then, didn't get much sleep. On the 3rd night, I was with my cousin in the master bedroom of my parents' suite, watching a movie, and at some point, we fell asleep. That night, my parents had essentially given their room or suite to the kids, and the adults were in the adjoining room that my aunt and uncle had reserved. My cousin was still asleep, but I had woken up. It sounded like my little brother and my little cousins had fallen asleep too. I got up and I walked around the room to make sure that everyone was asleep, and I went to turn off the TV in the living room, which was blaring some sort of infomercial. As soon as I shut it off, I heard some sort of soft, muffled sound. It sounded like a group of people. I immediately assumed it was my parents or the adults having a late night, but I hadn't heard them a moment ago in the master bedroom, so I just walked over to the wall that was shared with the other suite, and that's when I saw that it was past 3 a.m. At first, I only thought it was strange that they would be awake so late, but shortly after making it to the wall, I realized the sound had ceased. It was silent throughout both our suite and theirs. But as I walked back to the master bedroom, I heard the low, soft mumble return, and it was as though they were just in the other room, the living room behind me. Turning around, I could see that nothing had changed. No one was awake, and the TV remained off. So I chalked it up to being tired, and I just went back to bed. Possibly someone was around us, neighbors even. As I tried to fall back asleep, I couldn't drown it out. I remember putting a pillow over my head just to try to make the sound go away. Eventually, it must have been even the slightest successful because it was morning. I told my parents about the whole ordeal, and they basically told me that this was a vacation spot. They were sure that it could have been somebody below us even, just younger people having a good time. I didn't agree with them, but what was I going to do about it? That night, I asked my cousin to stay over again. She was for sure more interested in what I had told her than afraid. At least, she didn't dismiss me entirely. So, she stayed and we got to use the living room as our area for the night. My aunt and uncle hosted the younger kids. Because I was so tired, I fell asleep before we could even really start the movie we picked. But I was awoken by my cousin around midnight. She was holding her index finger to her mouth and using her other hand to point to her ear. I listened, and I heard what sounded like whispering. It was close to us, but no one was near us. We laid there, one ear up, and just listened. It was incredibly unsettling, but somehow, my cousin, not being afraid, allowed me to sort of calm down. It was almost the sound of children, but there were so many of them, it was hard to tell if they were all children or some sort of mix of all types of voices. I asked out loud, what could it be? My cousin said, "Ghosts, Kyla. Ghost whispers. I mean, right?" It eventually stopped, and then it would come back. It definitely didn't sound like neighbors. I don't know what it was, but it creeped me out enough to keep me awake. I remember staring at the TV for hours. Random old black and white TV shows just running across the screen. I wasn't really watching as much as keeping myself distracted with the sound and visuals. The last day, I was pretty tired. I thought I would catch up on some sleep before a super fun luau that night. At first, I thought it was just sleepiness or even dreaming a little. I heard loud footsteps. It sounded like someone wearing large, heavy boots or heavy shoes, carrying heavy things. I'd sort of dozed off, but it appeared a few more times. Eventually, I went to shut the door because I wanted to sleep, and I had thought that everybody had been out for a few hours. Closing the door, I realized that I was alone. But suddenly, I feel a bit of air rush towards me. I see the papers on the desk beside me whoosh in the air. I hear what sounds like metal on metal, clashing 3 or 4 times, and then nothing. I had slammed the door almost immediately and was standing on the other side. I really have no idea how to explain that one any better than I just have there. But holy hell, it was incredibly scary. I buried myself in the large bed and mess of comforters, and I tried to get some sleep. That was the last experience I had there, thankfully. I realize all these things happened at times that I was tired, but at a certain point, it feels like you can only blame so much on being tired. Before heading out that night, I couldn't help but notice that none of the windows actually opened in the room. The papers, which had flown about earlier, were still thrown about. My parents had even asked if I'd knocked those over and forgotten to pick them up. No, I hadn't, I told them. But I didn't bother telling them what exactly had. I was still trying to wrap my own head around that idea. So, that's my experience. Has anyone ever had one like it? I'd be so curious to know if I'm alone in this or not. My little sister's been drawing progressively more and more violent pictures in her notebook. She's 5, and yesterday her kindergarten teacher had a meeting with our mom after school when we came to pick her up. I waited in the car with my sister while they spoke in the classroom. I knew it was bad because windows to the kindergarten room faced the front courtyard parking lot. My mom and the teacher both glancing out the window at the Jeep that we're sitting in, their expressions dressed with looks of concern. When my mom returns to the car, she's carrying a handful of papers that my sister Jaden's covered in some pretty horrific imagery using her crayons. Pictures of houses with people burning inside, families hanging in trees, and this tall, dark scribble with red eyes floating above a bed while a girl is crying in it. I flipped through the pages again. I noticed the black scribble was hidden everywhere in each of the drawings that Jaden had made. Sitting in the kitchen of the firehouse, I originally didn't notice it until I saw the red eyes, which I'd thought was smoke originally. The next picture, it's crouched in the branches above the hanging family. I turned to ask what these scary drawings were about, but my mom stopped me, advising to wait until we got home. The rest of the trip home, Jaden danced to Kids Bop, and I couldn't help but stare at the art that she'd created. Crayon marks with raised edges of crushed wax, a result of how hard she was pressing while drawing these vile depictions. When the Jeep pulls to a stop in our driveway, Jaden jumps out and runs inside the house, giving my mom a chance to briefly tell me what the kindergarten teacher had told her. At recess, earlier that day, Jaden fell to the ground and started convulsing. When the patrol staff saw her, they ran over, and Jaden instantly got back up to her feet, saying, then laughing and running off. It really scared the elderly woman, who first saw Jaden bouncing and squirming on the ground. I asked my mom if she saw that Jaden had drawn a red-eyed black scribble person in every picture. She said yes, her teacher did too. Although this doesn't need mentioning from an emotional perspective because we love Jaden like she is our real family. But she is in fact my stepfather Jeff's daughter from a previous marriage. My mom and Jeff got married when she was in her terrible twos. Jaden was actually relatively decent as a toddler, though. She always used to be a good kid. And that's why this recent spike in behavior has been quite unsettling to the rest of the family. That weekend, Jeff managed to get Jaden a Zoom appointment with a therapist. After Jaden got off the call, the therapist stayed on a little longer with Jeff and my mom. I sit off screen and I listen as they discuss the conversation. The therapist tells them Jaden mentioned the red-eyed entity during their time together. Jaden's named it Mr. Red. She says it shows her how she died in past lives. Her pictures are from the images that are shown in her head. Jaden explained it as a movie behind her eyes. The therapist asked if Jeff or my mom know where she could be getting these inspirations from. They both shake their heads. Jeff and my mom are two of the most laid-back individuals you'd ever meet. Our house isn't filled with chaos and no routines have drastically changed. The therapist concludes by scheduling another follow-up later the next week and asks us to continue observing her behavior, writing down anything out of the ordinary. Later that night, after dinner, while Jeff and my mom are outside smoking cigarettes, I go into Jaden's room and I ask about Mr. Red. I'm not one to beat around the bush. The fastest way to find something out is simply by asking. So I asked, "Who's Mr. Red?" As if common knowledge, Jaden tells me Mr. Red's an angel and that they had met in her before life. She says Mr. Red brought her to her now mom, Latrish. Jaden was familiar with his presence and spoke of Mr. Red like referencing a friend from school who'd been absent. She then says she hadn't seen Mr. Red since being Jaden. I ask how recent was his last visit. She says at school today. Jaden says that she thinks she fell because Mr. Red was picking her up off the ground, telling her to go have fun. She doesn't remember telling the recess teacher, "Gotcha." Trying not to scare her, I act casual while she tells me all of this, which I then relay to Jeff and my mom the moment I exit Jaden's room. My mom wrote it all down for the therapist. Their appointment's scheduled for next Wednesday at 3. But I don't think my anxiety can wait that long for a theory as to what my sister's doing. Could this just be a wild attempt at getting attention? Are there any other questions I should be asking her? Parents or older siblings, is this just what kindergartners do? Through my younger years, 7 to 12, my mother dated a guy very on and off, which I think mostly had to do with him being in the Army and staying with his family in Laredo, Texas whenever he was home. Either way, he invited us to visit his cousin's summer cabin in Monterrey, Mexico for a weekend, so we did. The cabin was very ranch style, longer in one dimension and shorter than the other, so it was built like an architectural rectangle. On one far side of the building, think of this as an aerial view, was the kitchen, and next to it was the living room. Attached to the living room was a long, slender hallway, connected to the bedrooms on each side, and a bathroom on one of the sides. The backyard was only accessible through the living room via a sliding door, and it started as a bit of a desert floor which met forest tree lines of dead or dying Monterey cypress trees. Meeting the tree line was an elevated hunting tower, which had its platform meeting the top of the vertical tree line. way to the cabin, my mom's boyfriend was telling us about a cursed legend of the witches of Monterey. Apparently, they'd been haunting the mountainous area for generations, and they were his childhood versions of La Lenora. Clearly, he was just trying to scare us from the get-go, and me being so young, I was eating it up like candy. We got to the cabin in the late evening, so we decided to stay in for the night and watch M. Night Shyamalan's The Lady in the Water. After the movie, my mom's boyfriend asked me to go get something from the bedroom for him, and as I was halfway down the hallway, he turned the lights off on me. Let me remind you, this was a very rural part of Mexico, so the dark was dark. And with all the scary stories and all, at the time, scary movie, I was spooked and I froze. My mom's boyfriend began to make your stereotypical ghost noises and taunted me to go deeper into the dark hallway. But I was so petrified, I remember just standing there, frozen in fear. Long story short, my mother got him and he turned the lights back on. They comforted me, and after a few apologies, we all went to bed. I can't remember how I slept that night, but I honestly wish I did. The next day, we did basic tourist shit. Went to a bazaar, embraced the city's beautiful mountain range, which seemed to hug the city. We ate authentic Mexican food and finished the main hub of the city. When the day was all done, we decided to call it and we went back to the cabin. All these details, they're important to me because I remember the night before so vividly, yet can't remember anything else about this night other than what I'm going to write about. I was in the living room of the cabin, and I remember my mom's boyfriend was there with me. He asked if I wanted to go up into the hunting tower out back, and I innocently said yes. I remember following him through the back door of the living room, and I remember him walking ahead and turning back to wave me towards him. I took it as he was trying to help me keep up and follow him. I watched him climb up the ladder of the hunting tower, and then I heard a voice behind me. My name. It was my mom's boyfriend behind me, asking where I was going. I turned back around to look at the hunting tower along the tree line, and no one was there. Nothing was. Not an animal, not my mother, not a specter, nothing. Fast forward a few years ago, my now wife and I are still dating at the time, and we're sharing ghost experiences with one another. And yes, I do have one other ghost experience in my life that I believe to be genuine as well. I told her about this experience in Monterey, and I'll never forget the cold or pale look on her face when I told her. She's from a Mexican family as well, and this legend of the witches of Monterey, it's a very real thing for her as well. The truly scary part, I was telling her this story on a Friday, and according to what her family told her growing up, Friday is a forbidden day to talk about them, because that's the one day of the week they're the most powerful. Apparently, they never forget their prey and use that day as a lure towards what they lost. Initially, I thought, bullshit. But I can't begin to express how many Fridays my wife had to stop me because I had randomly brought up the story on a Friday. Maybe it was subconscious, I don't know. Has anyone ever experienced something like this? If not, I'd still like feedback, comments, concerns. Thanks for reading my story. I was watching Monster, the Jeffrey Dahmer series at home, and I felt sick to my stomach. This was around midnight. Then, a few minutes went by and I felt like going to 7-Eleven to grab a hot chocolate. As I drove and parked my car in the parking lot, I saw a creepy blonde-haired guy who looked to be around 30, 5'8", standing right in front of the door. I was worried, but brushed it off. I then tried entering from, the side, going inside the 7-Eleven, but the tall guy was just blocking the door. At this point, I didn't care about his looks or how attractive he seemed to be because I thought in my head, that's how psychos look. They look charming and have bad intentions or motives. However, stupidly, I said in a pleasing voice, "I'm sorry," and nudged him to move. He just smiled in a weird way and said, "I just got my stuff, and as I ran to my car, even though I have asthma and it was hard, I didn't want to take any risks of being killed, so I ran." As I ran, he kept saying, the guy was heading to my car in such a slow pace, left hand in one pocket, and the right hand gestured and made a shh sound to his lips. He was 3 feet away and then came up quickly and was about to open my door. I quickly locked it before he came close, and then I showed him my middle finger. He tried opening the fucking door and was banging on the window. I sped off like a maniac. I was shaking, literally, and was about to cry, but I didn't want to seem weak, and I headed to the highway. He was following me, fast, and I quickly went someplace else, exited the highway faster. This was the decision when I felt threatened. I should have went somewhere else. I should have not drove a higher speed limit over the highway, or I could have been stopped. Why the fuck didn't I think of that? Fuck. I did call the cops and gave all the info about this man, and then I drove further away. Then I went to a populated place, the mall, parked my car in the parking lot. I ran into the mall. I stayed sitting on a bench. After an hour had passed by, I looked around carefully, and I didn't see him. I think I accidentally manifested something evil while watching the series, without knowing or manifesting it later. I'm not watching creepy, gruesome killer stuff anymore. I'm scared and paranoid. After that, I told my older sister about it. She told me I'm delusional or hallucinating ever since I saw the series. I've been feeling so much anxiety about it. Me and my entire family, including aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents, we've encountered odd things throughout our lives. Not sure if it's a ghost, angel, demon, or what we've all separately experienced is something different. I plan on posting them, but I'll start with my experience as a kid. When I was 6 years old, I remember having the same dream every night for months. In the dream, I'd wake up and I'd look under my bed to glowing eyes staring at me. Then I'd be chased by this tall, dark figure. Every kid has nightmares, but what was scary is when I would wake up, I would hear a man whisper my name.
Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Elizabeth.
In my ear. I still honestly remember the voice. It was calm and monotone. I'd get out of bed to look around the house and see who's calling me. And whenever I looked in the kitchen, the clock on the oven always said it was around 3 a.m. Then, I'd make my way to my parents' room and ask if they were calling me, and they obviously weren't, and I'd end up sleeping at their feet. My mom said she remembers me waking them up every night. That's my first experience, and it's kind of creepy, but I never thought it was that deep until I learned so much more about my family members and what they've experienced. It makes me think that maybe the voice wasn't just in my head.